survive, or at the very least, to get some answers for families who want to know about the health and safety of their loved ones.
Yeah, at least with Air Flight Florida, we had daylight. And it just hit the bridge, nothing collided with it. So yeah, you mentioned a very good point about current, because the Potomac River has currents like you can't believe. They're very subtle, and they don't seem like it's that strong of a river. It's a very, very strong river. So there's the search area you see there on the left portion of your screen there, just off the runway. And I'll show you the path of this jet. And as Flack was mentioning, it came in pretty much due west to east, and then it turns, and what it does is it turns and then has to approach the correct runway. Now, in this case, the winds were out of the northwest, so they're going to land the plane into the wind. That's runway 330. All right, so here they're going to come this way, but then they're going to make a little turn as they get to the airport. Now, there's Joint Base right there, very close, very close to the airport. And here we go. We'll kind of fly in here. So this is their approach, okay? We're looking out, northwest. That's runway 330, and that is the runway that they just never quite made to, but they're on their approach. And we were talking to the expert there. They were on final approach. I mean, probably only between maybe 1,000 and 3,000 feet from landing and descending very, very quickly. But that's the runway they were trying to hit, and we think that the disaster area is kind of out in this area off to the south and east of it. But good point, though, Leslie, about the currents. Currents are very, very strong, and also the water temperature is still 42, so you only have about 30 to 90 minutes unless you're in a wetsuit, and we've not heard of anyone being pulled out yet. Doesn't mean it hasn't happened.
Hey, Topper, can we interject just a little bit, because we are and we're all on this journey together, learning this information in real time. And so what we've just learned is that police are saying there are 3 debris fields, and there have been at least 18 bodies recovered at this point. So
no survivors.
No survivors found just yet.
But 18 people.
18 people.
Yeah.
18 souls.
And again, we know that at least they were trying to find at least 67 people. Mm-hmm. 64 people on the plane, 3 folks on board that Black Hawk helicopter.
And with 3 debris fields.
3 debris fields.
And we talked about how far this all scattered. That is a massive, massive area for them to try to work and find these loved ones of people who are waiting right now for any piece of information about their loved ones. This reminds us, this is our community. Yeah. These are our neighbors. These are our friends. These are our colleagues, and a lot of people are hurting tonight into this early morning. A lot of hearts are broken. A lot of dreams came down with that plane tonight.
Yeah.
And we cannot forget the humanity here. And then all these first responders who have been in the water and in the trenches, getting into that murky water. It's very deep. It's not easy terrain, as Topper has told us, and as we well know from being in this area. This is not an easy task, and it is also dark, right? So that is also working against them as well, but they are working very, very hard at this early morning hour at 12:08.
Yeah, we heard from that former NTSB investigator a short time ago, Greg Fife, and he mentioned that, these conditions here for divers just are not safe. Right. So you look at this and you assume that these divers can just jump in and rescue folks, but they're putting their lives on the line as well by jumping into those waters. So they have to make sure they're protected before they do anything else. But they have been out there since about 9 o'clock tonight. Yeah. So you're talking about more than 3 hours now, trying to rescue, trying to find as many people as possible. But again, the update that we are getting at 12:09 a.m. is that there are 3 debris fields here, and they've recovered at least 18 bodies. And you just have to let that sink in for a minute. 18 lives that are gone because of what we saw earlier tonight, the plane colliding midair with a military helicopter.
18 families and extended communities with very large holes in their heart tonight that cannot be filled.
And then you hear from some of the other folks who are waiting.
Yeah.
And you hear that news, and it's grim, because despite what we saw, you still have some hope that maybe, someone survived. Maybe there's someone there along the banks of the river. But then you hear the news like this debris field and 18 bodies, and,
reality.
It's a shock. Yeah, reality.
Reality is sinking in, and reality it surely has been sinking in for the first responders who have been doing this work for 3 hours plus now, trying to find survivors, recovering bodies. We showed you the area where our colleague Leslie Moreno is, where they are staging all of those ambulances. They're essentially buses that were expected to transport survivors to the hospital. We've not seen any survivors, though, and no survivors have been identified just yet.
Yeah, you look at this scene right here, and you know, we've been watching it for, as you mentioned, 3 hours now, and you expect there to be a lot of commotion, a lot of movement, but these vehicles here, they've just been sitting still for quite some time now.
Yeah.
Just obviously, like everyone else, just hoping for the best.
Hoping for the best. In about 20 minutes, we are expecting to hear from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser and other officials to give us any kind of update they have about what we know and, sadly, what we are learning about this tragedy in the skies. The one thing we cannot answer, of course, that's the thing that comes in the days and weeks to come, which is how it all happened. Right now, the focus is on the humanity,
right,
and figuring out how to get these loved ones out of the water and to get the information to family members who are desperate for answers.
Again, this flight coming in, landing just before 9 o'clock tonight. We can't say it enough. It's that point. We've all been on flights. You know what it's like in those final moments of descent. When you're reaching your destination, you're reaching home, you're about to see your loved one, you're about to see whatever business partner you came to town to meet. And then something like this happens.
Yeah, and then, you know, Greg Fife, we talked with, who's the former NTSB investigator, something stayed when he said they were less than a mile from the end of runway 33. They were so close. They were almost there, and then they weren't.
Right.
And then they weren't.
So now folks are going to try to figure out exactly what went wrong. Again, we're waiting for that press conference, which is set to begin momentarily, where we are expecting to learn what is happening right now, what we can expect in the days ahead. But again, we have those 18 bodies that have been recovered so far. You have a lot of crews in our region on the job right now, from DC Police, the U.S. Coast Guard, Prince George's County Police, Alexandria Police as well, just stationed along the Potomac and in the Potomac, in the skies as well, just trying to rescue as many people as possible. But we've learned, again, 18 bodies have been recovered. I
think we're going to go over to our colleague Leslie Moreno. She's at the MPD helicopter pier over off of South. Oh no, we're going to go to our colleague Simone D'Alba. Sim, you've been following the latest developments. We've been following them too, but what are you hearing?
Yeah, guys, so we were talking about the 18 bodies that have been pulled out of the water, and I did want to confirm that we are getting that information from a police official from our CBS network. And so really important. There's so much information coming down on social media right now. Very important for us to wait for the actual details that are going to come down through this press conference. But you guys, again, 18 bodies pulled from the water. There have been no survivors as of yet. And I know that's the one thing you all have been talking about. We're all holding out hope for. Of course, as we know, families are gathering at Reagan National. We know that a chaplain is en route to be with the families there to support them. We did learn that D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser has arrived at Reagan National. She is helping families get to a staging area where they can, God willing, get some kind of information about their loved one. I am also learning, for those of you who are watching all of this and just wondering logistically what this looks like for the airport, a major airport, of course. Washington Reagan National is closed until 5 a.m. Friday. That's from the FAA coming down into our newsroom. And then the other thing that we're watching here is our public leaders, our public officials who are starting to wrap their minds around the size, the magnitude of this event that we're watching, a mass casualty event unfold here in Washington, D.C. today. We have Vice President J.D. Vance urging people to please pray for those involved in the collision. He did stress that we are monitoring the situation, but for now, let's hope for the best. Of course, we heard that President Donald Trump also closely watching this situation, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth as well. And I did want to note, you guys had touched on this back in 1982, the airliner that crashed into the Potomac. There were some survivors from that flight, and that's the hope that you hold on to in moments like this. That, coincidentally was also back in January. And so as we've been talking about how cold the waters are, you see how massive the response here even at this hour. And so we know that there are many families standing by hoping and praying for the best. Again, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser just arriving at Reagan as we continue to stand by for this press conference, guys.
So temperatures are dipping into the 30s now, Tom?
Yeah.
As these first responders have been going in and out of the water for 3+ hours in this very delicate and sacred mission to try and find survivors, or in many cases finding the bodies of loved ones that were taken just so tragically and so quickly from their families, and that instantaneous boom and that midair collision that occurred. And we are careful to show that video because, like so many events that have happened in American life where we know they were transformative, we know that for some people who are waiting for loved ones or whose loved ones may have been on that plane, that's the last moment. That's the moment when you lost them. And so we just have to be so careful and so mindful when we're talking and when we're using this imagery about what it all means.
Because you're talking about those family members as well when they are going to the airport. We've seen it happen. We've done it as well for our relatives, our loved ones. They're set to land. You make your way to Reagan, to Dulles, to BWI perhaps to stand by. You're waiting for them to land. And then you just wait because, like as we heard earlier from Hamad, something's off. I haven't heard from, they should have been here by now. And then you learn of this news tragically. You hear about a disaster near Reagan National Airport. You see the images of that explosion that we've been showing you in spurts throughout the night because it is so sensitive. And then you panic. You just wonder what the outcome will be. So you have a lot of those families right now in our region. Again, some of them, we may be affected and not even know it yet because we don't know who was on board that flight. At least 64 people.
Including the crew.
They
were
the crew.
on their way home. This was a DC-based crew flying that plane and serving those people on the plane to make sure they got to their destination safely, like they've done many, many times before.
And also the crew from Fort Belvoir, Virginia, training to
on
protect this country.
Mission.
And this happens. All right, we want to go to our Leslie Moreno now, who's near that DC Police Department air support area near the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. And Leslie, we've been looking for any activity there tonight. Hopefully some folks have been rescued. But what are you seeing?
Yeah, we've been keeping a close eye on things here, any sort of movement. If you zoom into my right here, about maybe 15-20 minutes ago, we did see a boat pull up on the water here with some sort of tarp covering. As soon as that boat was pulling up, we did also see the ambulance backing up. So it is possible that some of those victims, those survivors, were brought here. Again, we're across the street, so it's very hard to tell. We're zooming in and we're keeping a close eye on things here as close as we can. But yeah, crews are out here. This is on South Capitol, again, as you mentioned, at the Aviation and Boat Support Headquarters. Very quiet right now, very calm. EMS, fire, and as you saw earlier, that mass casualty ambulance is also here. That white bus, if you're able to zoom in, Hash there. Normally we see these buses during mass casualties. They're used when there's a large number of people that have to be transported to the hospital. It's also important to know that any of the crews, any of the divers, the search teams, if they're injured, they would be brought here as well. As you can see, a large portion of South Capitol here, this very busy roundabout, is blocked off. The sidewalk as crews are set up here. We've just been stationed here across the street, trying to keep an eye out for any of those victims, any sort of movement. Again, that boat that pulled up maybe 20 minutes ago with that tarp covering, with the ambulance as well. We haven't seen that ambulance leave the site here. But again, a possibility that some of those victims, those victims were on on that boat that we saw earlier.
All of this.
Yeah.
Outside of this vast debris field is this area that was set up with these empty metro buses with police stationed nearby in the hopes that they could fill these buses and take people to be cared for or to care for them there.
Yeah.
And there's been none.
And you have to think about what these first responders are going through tonight. Yes, they train extensively
Sure.
for these moments, just hoping it does not happen.
But they're human too.
They are human too. So you have a night like this, and I can't help but think of what the news we told you moments ago. You see this disaster, and like us, you respond to the scene and you hope for the best, but then you see these debris fields, and then you recover 18 bodies, after something like this, and
they
that
know,
has to be a moment for them.
and they know better than we will ever know what this is like. They know how long this is going.
Yeah.
They know about the human body.
Yeah.
They know about the capacity to survive something like this in a way that we don't know. And so for them to not be able to have this happen, they're not able to go and save anybody that's alive right
Yeah.
now. That has to be really, really hard for them as well.
And yeah, we talk about the agony for family members, but in these situations, because we're talking about something that's in the water, that is what, Topper, 42 degrees right now?
42. Air temperature mid-40s, but it's the water temperature.
Air temperature mid-40s, the water temperature is about 42 degrees. And you're talking about, what's the temp?
Yeah, the water temperature is what's going to get them.
Yeah, that's what,
mean-
here Topper there, our meteorologist, saying that's what's going to get them. Also the hazardous conditions. So not everyone can respond like they want because of, the nature of what they're dealing with here. A plane that went down in the water. So.
Yeah, I'm thinking about a lot of these families that may be still awaiting any information, and if you are one of them and you happen to be listening to us right now and you're looking for information, there is a helpline that we've heard about that is set up through American Airlines, and happy to pass this information along to you. I hope it can be helpful. The number to call is 1-800-679-8215. It's 1-800-679-8215. Anything that helps provide some level of information for families that gives them something to hold on to, or just anything that helps them through this journey.
Yeah.
We want to be able to provide that for our neighbors.
Yeah, it's going to be a long road ahead. Again, you heard when we had Simone here roughly 10 minutes ago, she mentioned that Reagan National Airport will be closed until 5 a.m. Friday. So it's going to be closed all day tomorrow. Again, reopening at 5 a.m. Friday. We know that flights in and out of Reagan were halted shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. We know that some flights trying to land in our area have instead been diverted to Dulles International Airport. WMATA's GM Randy Clark mentioned earlier tonight that they are assisting in this effort as well. So again, you talk about all hands on deck. A lot of folks involved here to take care of everyone impacted by this, from the victims, the folks who were on this plane, to folks who may have had their travel plans interrupted. There are warming buses there at the airport because, you have a lot of folks who this has been a day for them. This is a change. Silver Line trains, there have been additional trains added to the Silver Line as well to help folks get to and from the city.
So as we look at the time here at almost 12:24 a.m., we're reminded that we are getting close to the appointed time that we anticipate hearing from D.C. Mayor Bowser and other officials about what we do know, what we need to know, and what we may be bracing to know about what happened tonight. I think we've got the microphone set up, and we are just waiting for all of them to gather at National Airport. Again, just reminding people that this was supposed to be an ordinary night. A helicopter is on a training flight, and a plane full of folks coming from Wichita are supposed to either come home or come to visit or come for a business trip. And sadly, we are all gathered watching at this very early hour of the morning for the news that we did not expect to have to cover. A nightmare in the skies above Reagan National Airport, where a plane and helicopter collided and lives have been changed forever.
Yeah, and a lot of folks, we can see your comments online as well. A lot of folks are asking, how did this happen? That's going to be the question that a lot of folks will be asking over the next couple of days, couple of months, years perhaps, because you're talking about a commercial jet. Pilots are trained. You're talking about a military helicopter, experienced pilots as well, and those two meeting at an unfortunate time shortly before 9 o'clock there near Reagan. Again, that flight taking off from Wichita, Kansas, shortly around 6:22 Eastern time, was supposed to land, roughly a mile away from runway 33 at Reagan National Airport. Shortly before 9 o'clock, that Black Hawk helicopter taking part in some sort of military training exercise, as we understand at the time, and those two collided. Now we know that you have Reagan National Airport on one side of the Potomac River. You have Joint Base Anacostia Bowling on the other side. We're not sure if that helicopter was out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia, was landing at the base at the time, or perhaps it was going on a different mission elsewhere.
Sure.
But those two ended up colliding shortly before 9.
All of this now leading to what we have here, which is a frantic search in freezing river waters for the family members of countless people who are waiting for any word about the people they love.
And this scene right here is just so eerie as we look at this fireboat just out on that water, looking for anyone. Again, it is so dark out. We can barely make out the scene here with our camera, so imagine what they're going through right now. They're watching, they're listening. You're talking about helicopters above, fire engines. There's so much noise around. But in that moment, these folks are trained to just try and listen to anything, any signs of life.
I think we're reminded also, Zoe, that it is rare that we see this closely these boats on a mission in the water. We just don't see it. We just don't see it. And so tonight, we are getting a window into their world. This is not a training mission. This is the real thing. This is the real thing. And
knowing that so far, as of 12:27 a.m., they have recovered at least 18 bodies, according to a police official in CBS News. 18 bodies. And we know that there are so many others who were on the plane and on that Black Hawk helicopter. We're talking about at least 67 people. Again, 64 on the plane and 3 on that helicopter. And at least 18 bodies have been recovered so far. No signs of any survivors.
So we're expecting to start to hear from leaders in a few minutes at 12:30, and then we're told we're going to get these updates every hour after that until they don't have any additional information to share. And then at a certain point, the NTSB, the investigative era of this, they will take over and give the information that we are waiting to hear. But we are still in these very early hours after this tragedy unfolded. The airport, Reagan National Airport, is closed until Friday morning at 5 a.m. So no traffic in, no traffic out, as they spend all of their resources and bandwidth working to find out. And really, the most important effort here is to try and find the bodies or the survivors of people who were involved in this awful, awful incident.
And what I thought was interesting, Les, what we heard earlier from Greg Feith, the former NTSB investigator, he said their work is underway right now. Even as we look at this search and rescue operation underway, that takes precedence, of course, but they want to make sure this isn't a systemic issue. Right. I know a lot of folks are watching this right now. You may be wondering, is this sort of a one-off? Is this just a unique situation here?
And that's what they're trying to figure out too.
Right, so they're making sure this is not some sort of systemic problem. So they're looking at some of that data right now. They're listening to the radio traffic as well, just to see what may have happened.
Zoe, I'm hearing that we have a message from the American Airlines CEO, and I think we're going to go to that now. This is CEO Robert Isom. Take a listen.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families.
American Airlines CEO Robert Isom, I think we're reminded that this was operated by American Airlines, but it was a regional jet, a Canadian regional jet that was actually carrying out the flight. And so you have lots of entities involved here, not just American Airlines. You've got the regional jet, obviously the military, because there's a Black Hawk helicopter involved here, and just the myriad of entities and people that are involved in this investigation.
Yeah, and for those of us in D.C., you may have heard it mentioned by Simone and Topper earlier, the crash brings back those painful memories from January 1982. That's when an Air Florida flight crashed into the 14th Street Bridge right over the Potomac River. It happened just moments after takeoff. 78 people died, but 5 survivors were pulled from the plane's wreckage in the frozen Potomac River you see right here. In that case, the crash was caused by insufficient de-icing.
And what we know is what these investigators find out changes the way aviation moves forward. And so what they learned from that flight has had a significant impact on how we fly today. Obviously, it's too early to know all of the variables around what happened here, but most certainly what we learn tragically from what happened here will also help to advance aviation, not just here in this country, but abroad. We are waiting right now for our first official update on the crash. And as soon as the officials are ready to bring us that information, we will certainly take you there. They'll be at Reagan National Airport, so we're keeping a close watch on the cameras there to see what is happening, to make sure that as soon as they start talking, we get you there.
But we showed you moments ago, you saw that fireboat there on the Potomac as well. The search is still underway. You know, in this shot we're showing you right here, it doesn't appear there is much activity on the water, but if we have some of our other cameras available right now, we can show you that they are still looking for folks. They are not done just yet. They've been at it for more than 3.5 hours now. That collision happened shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. So a lot of folks are just still waiting, hoping for the best. We just showed you that the crash from 1982 a minute ago, and there were survivors. So I'm sure the folks are still, despite this explosion we saw here in the freezing temperatures, you know, I'm sure folks are holding out hope.
All eyes are on this crash, on this tragedy. As we take a look at statements that are coming in from lawmakers across the country, from the president, from the Homeland Security Agency, from the military. Everyone is invested in finding the answers to what happened, this tragedy that happened in the sky today, to find answers for the loved ones who thought they were going to simply pick them up after a flight or see them when it was over, and they got the news today that no one wanted.
Yeah, and you talk about that direct flight that you assume is going to be okay. You're so close to landing, right there near runway 33 at Reagan.
This is the holding area where those empty metro buses were staged in the hopes that survivors would be able to be transported to an area hospital for some kind of care.
Yeah, and we've seen this for most of the night, for hours now, not much movement. But these first responders, they were ready. When they got word of this crash, again, shortly before 9, we saw the helicopters in the skies. We saw the boats out in the water. And we saw them positioning there.
And before we saw that, we could hear on the scanners that something had gone very awry. And it was within moments of when that explosion happened that we could hear all of the scuttle and the frantic efforts to get there to do what we've been showing you for the past 3.5 hours or so as this frantic search continues.
Yeah, and this is a tough moment, for so many folks. And again, as we told you a minute ago, this is the area that they're looking into right now is just so vast. Again, you have these 3 debris fields. You're talking about a passenger jet involved here, exploding midair after this collision with the helicopter. So they're trying to find the folks who may have been involved here. We know that at least 18 bodies have been recovered so far. Like you are at home, we are all waiting to hear about the rescues, the person they found in the water, the person who will be reunited with their family members. But sadly, that news has not come yet after more than 3.5 hours. Again, just 18 bodies have been recovered And you have to think about those families who are sitting there waiting right now, wondering if perhaps it's their loved one. The agony right now, the heartbreak.
And hoping for a miracle
Yeah.
in some cases too. Hoping for a miracle. So as you've been watching with us, we've been showing you various aspects and pictures of all of the activity that's happening now, that you put it all together and you can see that it comes together as this frantic search goes on. It's been going on for 3.5 hours now in really difficult conditions out in the water, with a debris field that is spread into 3 different areas. There is so much work going on right now, and the divers have to be so careful as well. These are, and I'm not exactly sure what we're looking at here.
So it looks
we're
like
watching this in real time.
Yeah, this is still near that DC Police air support area where we saw those buses waiting for folks who perhaps may have been rescued. But in terms of this particular vehicle and where it's heading, that is still unclear. This is near Nats Park and the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. That's where they're stationed. So quite a ways from Reagan National Airport. But again, we're talking about these debris fields here, and they're trying to get folks there.
Let's go to our Larry Miller, who is at Reagan National Airport. You have talked to family members who are desperate for any information about the state of their loved ones. Larry?
Guys, and we've been seeing more family and friends of those that were involved in this crash make their way here to Reagan National. Since the last time we saw you, we saw 3 additional loved ones. One man who said that his son was on the plane, another man who said that his daughter's best friend was on that plane, and even a neighbor as well. So we're seeing that individuals who have been touched or who are familiar with those that were involved in this crash now make their way here. We believe that there potentially is another man and another more family members that are making their way here right now as well. And to be honest with you, guys, this is tough because we're trying to make sure that we give you the latest information about what's going on, but we're also trying to be as sensitive as we possibly can to these families. To the families that we have spoken with that have given us information, they have been willing because they want to make sure that the public knows about their loved one, that their loved one's story is completely and fully told. So there's been a lot of chatter about the fact that we've been interviewing these family members, and trust us, this gives us no comfort at all. But it's important to hear from these families as they are looking for answers, trying to figure out what exactly happened to their loved ones that was on board that American Airlines flight. Right now, we can tell you that Mayor Bowser, again, she was down here moments ago trying to provide some assistance. And we know that a number of other investigators have also been making their way down to this sort of restricted area. This area is where family members have been directed to, where they are getting support and information about what happened to their loved ones tonight. Guys.
Chaplain has been called there to help give some support as well, some measure of comfort when you can't find the words to say. It's a very, very tough night.
Yeah, and this is probably one of the toughest jobs of the night. The folks who are gathering there, assembling and trying to give these folks the news. And we should point out, as we've been seeing, we've been monitoring the activity there in the Potomac River. It looks grim as time goes on, but we know that those crews are out there right now, still conducting this search and rescue operation.
Yeah, we sure hope, Larry, that there might have been a moment of hope where there was some information that you could share or relay, that someone heard something that was encouraging. But I think reality is setting in for so many families as we think about the conditions and how long this has been going on. It's a sacred obligation to find those answers and a sacred mission to try to find the survivors in any way that they can, whether it's their bodies or if by some miracle someone did actually survive this tragedy.
You were going to say something, Larry?
Leslie and Lorenzo, guys, to your point, one of the things that we have been able to do, even from the gentleman that we spoke with, was that the limited information that we had at the time in which we spoke with him, we were able to give him that information. trying to connect him with staff and officials here that can provide some level of support and provide him information on the status of his wife, his 26-year-old wife, whom he told me was on that flight. So you're right, guys. This has no doubt been a difficult assignment. It has certainly been quite emotional for me, but I don't think about myself. I just try to support these families and be as respectful as I possibly can given the circumstances. But they want to make sure it is clear that we know who they are, what they meant to their loved ones, and what we should know about them moving forward.
And we should point out as well, for the first at least hour and a half of this, there was no information at all.
That's
we
right.
knew very little about what was happening. There was not a number for people to call to figure out what happened. So you think of these loved ones, you see what happened in the sky there, but everyone's piecing together, what flight was it? You know, what happened? How did it happen?
And if you're like so many family members, you go, oh yeah, they're coming in from that location, but you don't necessarily always have the flight information in front of you. You just figure they're coming in, I'll hear from them.
Yeah,
and then this happens.
And then you want that information right now. So when you're sitting there waiting, you know, that just doesn't help at all. All right, we want to get to our Eric Flack now, who is with us and has more on what we're learning about this flight and its path. Flack.
Hey, Zo. Hey, Les. I told you I'd try to get more information from this organization, Flight Radar 24. It's a global flight tracking service, one of the foremost of those services in the country with 1.1 million followers, a verified source of information on this. They actually track the flight data from that American Airlines flight 5342, so it knows exactly on kind of this image where it went down into the Potomac River, and we know now that that military helicopter came from this direction. I got the executive director of the Flight Radar 24, Ian Pachetic, on the phone just moments ago, and he described just how close this American Airlines passenger plane was to landing right here at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport when that collision happened. It is heartbreaking to know how close these families were to getting home. Take a listen. We're already hearing from family members who were right there at the airport waiting for their loved ones. From the data, how close was this commercial airliner to landing?
The aircraft was seconds from landing. So the collision happened at approximately 300 feet. So this is seconds from landing as they crossed the Potomac, and the runway threshold is at the river's edge. So the aircraft is very close to landing. It was on final approach. It was lined up with runway 33, and it was ready to touch down.
And yet just seconds from landing, something catastrophic happened. How?
That's a great question, and one that investigators will be looking to answer. We know that the two aircraft collided. The main question then becomes, why did they come into contact? Why were they that close together? And then, as with all safety and air accident investigations, the main goal of the accident investigation is to prevent this from ever happening again.
Just so many questions still at this hour, trying to prevent it from ever happening again, but at this hour trying to figure out how it happened in the first place. Again, American Airlines Flight 5342, aviation experts telling us just moments ago, was just seconds from landing right there at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport when this collision took place. What a terrifying and horrific scene it was for everybody involved. So many unanswered questions we are trying to get to the bottom of. Guys?
It just gets you in the gut when you hear about how close they were to landing and
Unbelievable.
how close they were.
Could see the runway.
They could see the runway in front
runway
of them and didn't even actually realize they were in danger,
Did not.
likely, because this happened so fast. All right, thank you so much, Flack. We'll be checking back in, of course. Our Matt Gregory is still at Dangerfield Island where the boat launch ramp is. Matt, you've been talking to people, some who saw what happened, some who were moved to come to that area to see what's happening. What are you seeing and what are you hearing now?
Yeah, right now, the rescue efforts and the recovery efforts continue to change, right, as the evening goes on and as you pointed out, the cold temperatures. I want to point out that we are on the banks of the Potomac that's sort of just across from Reagan and across what has become this ever-spreading debris field. Also, in addition to, we've been kind of noticing the search helicopter above us, kind of looking along the actual banks now, doing searches across the Potomac. But let's give you an idea of what we're looking at right now, because this has been going on for several hours now, since about 9 o'clock. Okay, so across the way, just across the Potomac, and this is as close, by the way, as we're able to get. That's Reagan's runways right there, and you can see in the distance, you can see the flashing lights of the emergency vehicles there. Now, as we keep scanning to the right, that's where we're seeing the sort of the major ambulance response, especially the mass casualty ambulance response right there. And over the last hour or so, we've seen more and more police vehicles head in that direction. Like Lorenzo and I talked about earlier, if they're able to pull any survivors from the Potomac, they would take them right up to there, and that's a place where they have medical crews, staff, everyone on hand to try to assist with this. And remember, these are the things that for years and years we talk about planning and preparation for things like this. I mean, I can tell you myself, I've covered at least 3 or 4 training sessions for mass casualties, but to see it in action, it is quite a sight to behold. As we kind of scan to the right, just off, you see kind of the darkness in the river there, and there's a few flashing lights. That's where the plane crash was. But as this evening has gone on, and as the tide has moved, and the wind has gone, and the water continues to go, the debris field spreads. And that's why we see this helicopter that at one point was really only over the crash zone, with another one kind of scanning, has been coming up to as far as us across on the Virginia side of the Potomac. So that's sort of like how this whole debris field, this continues. It gets worse as it goes on because it's harder and harder to kind of nail down where everything could be. As we keep scanning to the right, as best we can, I want to show you the final area. And you can see this kind of spans from, I would say, Buzzard Point all the way down to almost the Woodrow Wilson Bridge is how far they're scanning and looking. And off to the right, you see a whole another set of floodlights and emergency vehicles, crews, divers, medics, everyone kind of scanning over in that area as well. So we have a large area. They've been talking about the 3 different debris fields. Well, those debris fields continue to sort of, let's say, mushroom out and ripple out as the night goes on. And, from here, we're just seeing more efforts being drawn towards the actual shorelines now on both sides of the Potomac River. So that's what we're seeing. And again, this helicopter, if we can kind of give you a shot, it might be difficult because we're all on the fly here, but this is the helicopter that at one point was scanning simply over where we saw the crash zone. It's now come over to as far as us searching the shorelines, and that's kind of where we're at in terms of what the search and rescue efforts look like. But again, just to recap, we've been going on this for, I want to say, almost 5 hours now of 4 hours now of search and rescue efforts here along the Potomac. You can see that there's still a very robust response over my shoulder of the emergency ambulances, the emergency crews, and the mass casualty ambulances. But at this point, it's become a search and rescue operation that is now expanded from, I would say, it looks like almost to the Woodrow Wilson Bridge up to Buzzard Point, and that's a lot of land to cover. That's a lot of water to cover, a lot of area to cover, and in some of the most frigid temperatures you could imagine between in the air and in the water. So that's sort of what we're seeing over here, just sort of south of Reagan Airport. Back to you guys.
Matt, thank you for that. So Zoe, as I tabulate what's happening now, there's so much occurring right now. We've got what's happening behind Matt and what Matt and Alexis have been talking about, Leslie, all this activity out on the water across the vast debris field. You've got this NTSB GO team that's been launched, so the investigators are on the way to the scene to start their investigation
the
already.
Chopper there that we've seen in the skies with this thermal imaging radar.
Absolutely, helping them from the sky to do what they need to do in the water. You've got American Airlines. They've launched their GO team. They're on the way to D.C. The CEO is on the way to D.C. There is a mammoth effort right now that is going to be continuous until all of the bodies or any survivors have been found.
And this has been underway for nearly four hours now. 4 hours of seeing these helicopters in the skies, looking for any survivors. You have the dive teams out in the water. You have folks on the fire boats as well, just sort of traversing the Potomac River looking for any signs of survivors and also additional debris fields as well, because as Les mentioned, you had the NTSB GO team there on scene. They're going to have to collect as much as possible so they can try to piece all of this together in the coming days to figure out what went wrong. And they're asking the questions that a lot of you are asking at home, how something like this could have happened so close to an airport. This is supposed to be, we heard earlier that, landing is one of the hardest parts of the mission for these commercial flights. And then also for this Black Hawk helicopter, those trained pilots on their training mission at the time, this was a sensitive area. And then you have something like this.
What will be really interesting after we get past the most important part, the most sacred part, which is of course trying to find the bodies or the survivors that may be out there if a miracle happens, is what information will come out of this that will make aviation safer? What will we learn so that we don't have this happen again, so this is not repeated, so lives are saved? And that's what the NTSB, former NTSB investigator Greg Feith was talking about. Whenever these tragedies happen, there's something that comes out of them that we are able to apply to our American aviation system to make it even stronger and even safer. Something went very, very wrong tonight. Once they figure it out, they're going to probably move heaven and earth to ensure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, and we've seen so many warning signs. Again, we don't know exactly what went wrong here, but you talk about this area in particular, Buzzard Point or Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. Yeah, and you have the American Red Cross there outside of Reagan National Airport. We saw Larry Miller a moment ago. He said a lot of the loved ones, relatives, family members of those who may have been on American Airlines Flight 5342 are arriving there at the airport, getting the support they need, also searching for answers as well. Again, like we were saying before, just trying to figure out at some point, they're going to be asking how this happened. And we more than likely will see changes in this area because this has also been known as a trouble spot for so long. We've seen so many close calls in this area before. We've had these warnings with a lot of folks saying, this area isn't ripe for more air activity because of one, the airport, but also Joint Base Anacostia Bowling and the aircraft going in and out of there on a daily basis. And you saw this is what happened tonight.
And this helicopter wasn't even coming from Anacostia Bowling.
So
this is coming from Fort Belvoir.
Yeah, so you had this military training exercise they go through. I know a lot of you over the years talk about these low-flying helicopters going over your homes.
Yeah.
So more than likely you've seen this type of Black Hawk helicopter flying above your home. We know how low, this low altitude, how low they fly. And then you have this airplane coming in for landing at the time, so close to the runway, and those two collide.
And we're reminded that during times of crisis, we mobilize. We mobilize on behalf of our communities and we mobilize on behalf of the nation. And you can see Red Cross members, some of them probably likely volunteers who are part of their GO team too, that respond to these kinds of crises to be there for our fellow neighbors and communities in times of need.
And a reminder that people are involved. We're talking about the images we've seen. We have not seen the faces of those who were on the plane yet or in the helicopter, but we are about to get those answers right now. That press conference we have been awaiting is underway. You can see DC Mayor Muriel Bowser there approaching the podium. Let's listen in.
Right here. Down. Excuse me.
I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. We are here to brief you on the very tragic events of this evening, where we know a passenger plane coming to the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well, and officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us, should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight, their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here too, extending our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching and attempting to rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter. We are going to provide all the support that's necessary. Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, I want to ask Chief John Johnley from DC Fire and EMS to provide an update.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This response includes first the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority's Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police and fire boats. We have a mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. In Chief Bonnet from MWA.
I'm Rick Bonnet, Fire Chief of MWA Fire and Rescue. Our units, as Chief Donnelly already alluded to, at 2048, we received an alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities, and we appreciate all DC's support to our agency and our federal partners.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators who are from Kansas who wanted to say a few words. First, Senator Moran, and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you, and to our first responders, thank you very much for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas, and I chair the subcommittee in Commerce Committee on Aviation. So we have really a serious and sad circumstance that we want to be here to be helpful, and we're praying that our responders are safe and the folks who are on that flight are recovered. The circumstance I would describe is that I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct nonstop flight service to DCA. That flight has been in existence about a year. And it is certainly true that in Kansas and in Wichita in particular, we're going to know people who are on this flight, know their family members, know somebody. So this is a very personal circumstance as well as an official response. And again, we will do everything we can to make certain that we're supportive of the rescue efforts, and we'll do everything we can to make certain that our subcommittee and Congress is engaged in what needs to take place following the outcome of this evening and this month's kind of investigation. I've talked to NTSB, I've talked to the White House, I've talked to the Department of Defense, and I've talked to the CEO of American Airlines, and there is all of us pulling together for the best outcome possible. I'm honored to be here with my colleague, Senator Marshall, as we try to make certain that we care for those certainly back in Kansas that were on that flight. But it's a reminder that there are people here in Washington, D.C., and this region, in Virginia and Maryland, and many places else that fly to and from Kansas. And so we're rooting and supporting all those, regardless of where you're from. And Mayor, I appreciate the gathering here for us to try to provide information to those in Kansas and across your city. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you, Senator Moran and Mayor, Secretary. You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. And I know Senator Moran and I are here just to say we care. We wish that there was more we could do, but unfortunately there doesn't seem much at this time. I want the folks back home to just know that we care, that we love them, and that this is a time when we'll have to join arms together and help each other out. We've been through things like this before, through tornadoes and floods and things, but it's really hard when you lose, you know, probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. And I don't want to forget the pilots and the flight attendants, you know, are doing, you know, do their job, and the military personnel we lost. You know, all those lives are so valuable, and it is such a tragedy that we lost them. You know, I think often in times like this, I try to find a scripture that, you know, is apropos, and this is from the book of Psalms. It says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Certainly we're crushed in spirit tonight. We mourn with the families who lost loved ones, and we truly are joining them in prayer and wrapping our arms around them in love and compassion. Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight, and thank you for your thoughts and your prayers.
So certainly I speak for the people of Washington, 700,000 of us who are extremely sorry for the families who are experiencing loss tonight. And so we want you to know that we will continue to work with American Airlines to share information as frequently as possible and make sure that we're getting accurate information out to the public. But my sorrow for all of the people and crew on the plane and our military personnel on the helicopter is very deep. I do want to turn to Jack Potter, who is the CEO of our Airports Authority, responsible for Reagan National Airport and Dulles International Airport, to talk to you about how the airport responded and what's going to happen next.
Good evening. As was said, I'm Jack Potter, President and CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Thank you all for being here tonight and under these very, very grim circumstances. First of all, I want to let you know that we're providing support to all the families who are involved. American Airlines has established a phone number for them to reach out. It's been published, but let me repeat it. It's 1-800-679-8215. So families of folks that were on the plane are asked to contact them. We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones, and so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport, and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. We did have aircraft that were in the air. They were diverted to Dulles Airport, some 19 aircraft. We had personnel, United and others had personnel. We want to thank WMATA for extending their hours on the Metro to make sure that those folks were accommodated. Right now, as was said earlier by the chief, we're in a rescue mode. We will continue in that rescue mode. I want to thank all of the mutual aid responders, all the counties, the district, folks from Maryland and Virginia. Everybody's on site doing the best they can, and numerous boats out in the water right now. NTSB is on site. I want to thank all of the folks behind me, the secretary, the mayor, the two senators for all of their support, and we're going to continue to work through the night. I do want to make an announcement. People are, concerned about what's going to happen in the morning. Reagan National Airport will be closed until 11 o'clock. That's when the first flights will take off. But we're going to continue to do our best and work through this situation over the course of the night, and we hope to have more news as it develops. But for right now, it's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there. So again, we'll continue to work this situation, and I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that update. And you've heard that in the National Capital Region, the district, of course, is Washington, D.C. is at the center, but we are a close region. We have heard from the governors of Maryland and Virginia, the mayor of the city of Baltimore, all who have sent us personnel to help in the rescue operations. Last thing I'll note is just to our local viewership, and just please let our first responders do their work. Try to let our vehicles get to scenes and through scenes. We don't want anybody else to get hurt because of moving vehicles, okay? So we will be able to take a few questions. There's not a lot that we can say. We won't be able to say anything about an investigation. As you know, once fire and EMS completes the rescue operation, then the investigation goes over to the National Transportation Safety Board. And I'm sure the Safety Board, NTSB, will provide information about when they will be briefing about an investigation. So we'll take a few. Yes?
Can you confirm that both aircraft are in the water, and perhaps Chief Donnelly can explain what's involved in conducting an operation like this in these conditions?
Yes, both aircraft are in the water. The focus now is rescuing people, and that's what all of our personnel are focused on. And Chief, I think he's given a pretty good description, but if there's anything else you want to add, Chief?
I would just say that the boats are out doing searches. We have divers on both aircraft, and they're searching the aircraft at this point.
Right. Yes.
Have any survivors been found, and how many bodies have been recovered?
All we can confirm tonight is the number of people on each aircraft, 64 people on the American Airlines plane and 3 people on the military helicopter. And we can't provide any more information about recovery
The
efforts.
2 people have talked about lost loved ones. So how do you know that there might be people who have lost loved ones?
I didn't say I didn't know people had lost loved ones. I said we can't talk about any of the recovery efforts in specific tonight.
Yes. Secretary Duffy, can
I'll call on who's next. Yes?
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Will this affect operations at Dulles and BWI? Will the Potomac River traffic be closed to boats?
Yes. And so Jack has talked about, Jack, can you talk about Dulles? I'm not sure we can talk about BWI, but we can talk about Dulles.
There is no impact at BWI or at Dulles. As I said earlier, our airport here, Ronald Reagan National Airport, will be closed until 11 o'clock. Obviously, that will be fluid. We'll learn more, but we wanted to advise passengers who might be coming to the airport in the morning that we will be closed until at least 11 o'clock.
Secretary Duffy.
A question for Secretary Duffy. Yeah, 1 second. You're next.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much. So, just other than the current situations, like we know the water is extremely cold and it's very dark outside. Although Senator is saying that there are numerous boats in the water, but what's the the biggest challenges for the rescue team? What best scenario we can expect in the coming few hours till morning?
So the challenges are access. The water that we're operating in is about 8 feet deep. There is wind, there is pieces of ice out there, so it's just dangerous and hard to work in, and because there's not a lot of lights, you're out there searching every square inch of space to see if you can find anybody. Divers are doing the same thing in the water. The water is dark, it is murky, and that is a very tough condition for them to dive in. The question about the river, we'll make that decision later. The Coast Guard's on scene, and I would expect that it's not a high use time in the river, and we should not expect to have commercial recreational traffic on the river tomorrow.
Okay, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
It's for Secretary Duffy. Have you been in touch with the air traffic controllers who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And second question, this is your first several hours in this position. What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
My focus is on those who are impacted on this flight. And again, I've been the secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater DC area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is thinking and praying for those who potentially have lost a loved one. And thank you.
Okay, your question?
Could any of you give us any sense about how an accident like this could have happened so close to the airport, right in the heart of DC? There have been reports that the DCA tower contacted the helicopter moments before the crash to ask if they had sight of the aircraft, and apparently the helicopter reported that it did have sight of an aircraft. Is it possible that it had the wrong aircraft in sight? Do you have any sense of what went wrong in those final moments?
I know that the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation will be able to search on all of those questions. We wouldn't be able to talk about that tonight. Yes?
2 points for Secretary Duffy. The first being, you were talking about how you were in the Situation Room with the President and Pete Hegseth both being there. Can you tell us more about the President's initial reactions to this, as well as Pete Hegseth, that this was a military helicopter?
So I was not in the Situation Room. I did have a conversation with the Situation Room where the President was located, as well as with Secretary Hegseth. We were exchanging information. I would just note that not just the local team, but the federal team has performed very well in this crisis. I know the President is incredibly concerned about what's happened here today. I'm sure we'll continue to hear more from him, and I'll continue to consult with him and Secretary Hegseth.
When it comes to the resources that you would be able to provide on the federal level, do you feel like you're getting what you need?
Absolutely. The President has committed to this team and to the NTSB through the DOT that we will provide all resources necessary as we go through this recovery, but also the support from FAA and DOT as the NTSB investigates.
Mr. Secretary, do we know the condition of these aircraft? Are they whole? Are they split? Are they pieces?
Again, I don't think we can comment on that. Our focus is on getting the passengers and crew out of the water.
And just one more clarification, because earlier we got guidance that DCA was going to be shut down at least until Friday at 5 a.m. I just heard
11
now
a.m.
it's 11 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we can take a few more questions. A question here, and here.
Mayor Bowser, can you just confirm, has anybody been transported to the hospital?
Again, I can't say anything about the rescue operation right now. Who was next? Yes.
Yeah, Chief Donnelly, can you speak a little bit more about the unified command who leads this phase of the rescue and recovery? At what point do you then change phases? And can you describe to us the scene as best you can when first responders first arrived?
So I happened to be listening to the radio this evening when the call came out. I listened to the responders come in, and the initial response, they were very professional trying to locate this. This is, if you can imagine, the river is a large black spot at night with no lights on it except for a few buoy lights. So they were out there looking. The boats pretty quickly were able to locate one of the aircraft and get there. So that's what's going on right now. Everybody's working on that. We will reevaluate where we are with the rescue operation in the morning when we get a better sense of it, but we are still out there working, and we're going to continue that throughout the night.
Do you have a sense that there are survivors?
We don't know yet, but we're working.
Is any part of the search happening over land?
No, we're all in the water.
Yes. Oh, you got a question. Somebody didn't get a question. Hold on. Yes.
I just wanted to ask, do you have an estimate yet on how long the recovery efforts will take?
Chief.
So experiences like this we expect to continue our operations in the fire department for multiple days. And then I would expect the investigation goes longer than that.
Okay, you didn't get a question, and you were next, I think.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. My question is, do we have any plan to prevent future crash or future accidents? Do we have any like to reform the the airport control to calm those people who are flying in the next few days? And also, how long the rescue is gonna last? Are we gonna stop rescue after tomorrow 11 a.m.? It's like divers team, because they are still in the golden hours now.
No, I mean, I think you just heard the chief said we're going to be out there as long as it takes, and we're obviously trying to get to people as soon as possible, but we are going to recover our fellow citizens. Yes.
This is for the Chief and Secretary Duffy. How do you balance the search and rescue operation with preserving the scene for the investigation that's now underway?
So from the fire department's point of view, we are always going to put people first. But I don't think that I think our operations, because we have a unified command, we are all working together, and the NTSB is in contact with us, and we will work together to make sure that if there's crucial evidence that it's preserved. And that's something we do every day with our police department on crime scenes and things. So life comes first, and everything else is after that.
Okay, last question. Yeah.
Secretary Duffy, I just want to ask, I know it's early, but are there any immediate actions you think the FAA should take to prevent helicopters and commercial airplanes from getting too close to one another?
So obviously there'll be a review of what happened here tonight. And after the FAA studies what happened, we will take appropriate action if necessary to modify flight paths and permissions.
Okay.
Do you have any more details about the helicopter mission with the Black Hawk? And Mayor Bowser, have you heard directly from President Trump?
I spoke with the President's National Security Advisor, and I have not talked to the President yet, and I do not know what the mission was. So let me close by saying again, thank you to the members of the press to help us get information out to the families. The American Airlines number is 800-679-8215. 800-679-8215. And I expect the airport will likely provide additional information in the morning. Thank you.
And other officials, the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who was really just confirmed a day ago, so he hasn't been on the job for very long. We've heard from the DC Fire and EMS Chief John Connolly, who gave us a greater sense of what this effort to rescue and recover has been like for the crews out there. He said there were 300 responders, there were boats from all across the region, that it's extremely rough. There are pieces of ice out in the water. It's cold, it's windy, the wind is hard on the river, that they are trying to keep all of the first responders and divers safe. And so this has really been, and he talked about searching every square inch and just how tough this has been for all of these hours, trying to rescue people.
Yeah, and he says the waters there in the Potomac are about 8 feet deep. So that's what they're dealing with right now. And you heard Mayor Bowser say right now their focus is on rescuing people. They didn't talk about the number of people who have been rescued so far, the number of bodies that have been recovered. You heard a reporter asking that question. They did not mention it, but we have heard so far, according to our partners at CBS News, at least 18 bodies have been recovered from the waters, the Potomac River so far tonight.
You know, it was interesting hearing from the senators from Kansas. Obviously, they likely know some of the people who may be on these flights, but Senator Jerry Moran talked about how this was personal for him because he had lobbied American Airlines for a direct nonstop flight from Wichita to Washington, which started about a year ago. And so you could see as he was talking about that, how he was impacted himself personally. And obviously we heard from Senator Marshall too, who shared what he described as just unbearable sorrow and heartbreak beyond measure.
Yeah, and Sean Duffy there, the new Transportation Secretary, as you mentioned, not even on the job for more than a day now. Folks asking, okay, what's going to be done to prevent other disasters in this airspace in particular, because we've talked about those dangers before. This is not the day for that. As he mentioned, obviously the focus is on reuniting these family members with their loved ones in some form. And then at a later date, they'll figure out, you know, what to do about this airspace.
It's also clear, and our Alexis Wainwright asked the question, that it's not clear yet what that training mission was. We don't know very much about the Black Hawk mission outside of knowing that the flight originated at Fort Belvoir. We don't know anything else about that. And we know that in the midst of all of this, there were 19 aircraft that had to be diverted to Dulles as this was happening. And as it turns out, the airport is going to open sooner than we thought, not at 5 a.m. on Friday, but at the earliest 11 a.m. tomorrow, though I'm sure people are still encouraged to call ahead to see if their flights are actually taking off.
Yeah, and as we say that, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Washington Metropolitan Airport Authority, which oversees Reagan National and Dulles, mentioned that they're putting it at 11 a.m. right now, but obviously that's contingent upon what happens with the search and rescue operation overnight.
And Jack also said, and we talked about this too, that there were loved ones waiting at the airport for their loved ones to arrive. And instead of being able to envelop them in a hug, right now they are being comforted by clergy and others, helping them in just this devastating, catastrophic time.
Yeah, and making matters worse right now, Les, as we've talked about this all night, is you have this video of their loved one's final moment. So you see that, and then I'm sure you're still in disbelief. There's still that state of shock for a bit, wondering how this could have happened, knowing that your loved one was so close to runway 33. They were minutes from landing there at Reagan National Airport tonight, a mile away.
Yeah, they could see it. It was in sight.
When it collided with that helicopter, and at this hour, at 1:23 a.m., they're sitting there at Reagan National Airport being consoled by folks there to give them the help, the support they need. We saw the American Red Cross there on site as well, helping not only those family members, but folks there at the airport who may have witnessed what took place a little earlier today.
And a reminder that we're talking about 64 people on that plane, 60 passengers, 4 crew members, and 3 people on that Black Hawk training flight.
Yeah.
And we're still waiting for information. And what all of them seem to suggest and to say is that this rescue effort is going to take some time, not hours, days.
It's going to be a while because of what you mentioned there from Chief Donnelly, saying conditions are extremely rough for first responders. He says, one, what we know, it is freezing out there, but there's also a bit of a wind there on the water as well. So the conditions just aren't right for these first responders. But we know, as he mentioned, there are more than 300 responders right now working to rescue as many people as possible. You can see this live look here, that operation's still underway. They identified parts of the aircraft, so they know where they need to search, but they obviously have to cover every inch of this river to find as many people as possible, as much debris as they can, as they try and piece all this together, the investigation, but also try and mend the hearts of these loved ones who are hoping for answers tonight as well. Mending
Their hearts and thinking about the hearts of all of these responders who've come from across our region for this sacred mission that they have now to try and rescue as many people or to get answers for as many families as possible. They trained for this, so they were ready to respond, but certainly nobody hopes to get this kind of call to respond. They were there within minutes of that explosion happening, and they were within minutes of really getting into the weeds and getting into the water pretty quickly after that first boom.
And think of the news, how we received it. In our newsroom, we heard about this passenger jet, this commercial jet, and a helicopter colliding. And you had that moment of shock where you just sort of,
what
you're
did
paralyzed.
You say?
Are you
say?
like, what? And you start thinking of the magnitude of this incident here, but for these first responders, it's go, go, go. You know, you get that call and you hear about the magnitude of it, and you just have to go and try and save as many people as you can.
And I think for us, we thought about the many people whose lives were impacted in ways we could never fully understand or know at the time, because we didn't realize how many people were even on either of these aircraft. But we're getting a sense now of the reality of it all as those rescue workers are up against the hour and up against the water and up against the cold and the wind and the ice and the conditions that are not making it easy for them to get the answers that families desperately want tonight.
And we're looking at this here, and I can't help but think about the lives that may be lost. We heard from one gentleman earlier today who says his 26-year-old wife, they've been married for a little more than 2 years now. She was on board this American Airlines flight 5342, set to land at any minute. And she is gone. She's the only person we've heard of, but we know there's so many stories that are going to be tied to what we're seeing play out today, as well as we look at that chopper there above the Potomac, still carrying out this rescue mission.
I know we have reported that we are being told there have been 18 bodies pulled from the water, but none of the officials wanted to go on the record at this point about any numbers. And I suppose it is because they are all laser focused on the task at hand, which is rescue and recovery.
And there are so many moving parts. We know the CEO of American Airlines
is
on his way to Washington right now as well. But before he boarded that flight to get here, he did release a statement talking about today's incident. Let's listen to that.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families.
So yes, he has the tough task of arriving here to help bring some answers and some clarity to folks who are waiting desperately for answers. And, you know, there may be people on this flight that he knows too.
Yeah, definitely the crew for sure. And also the impact that this is going to have on the air industry in the hours, the days moving forward. Folks who want to be certain about, you know, their next flight. You board that flight, we take it for granted. We've said you get on, you expect to make it to your destination safely, and then you have something like this. So I'm sure a lot of folks are going to be rattled tonight as well. So you're going to have to try to allay some of those fears too.
Our Alexis Wainwright was at the press conference at Reagan National, listening to our leaders talk about what they know at this hour. Alexis, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. As you guys mentioned, there's still a lot that we don't know at this hour. But one thing I want to go back to that Leslie and Lorenzo, you guys were just talking about, is the sense of concern and fear from other people who have to get on flights. I can tell you, since we first arrived here to Terminal 1, we started to talk with some of those people who were on board their flights that were about to take off. They were out on the runway, and then shortly after that, they heard some of those sirens as emergency crews and responders arrived here at the airport. A lot of them said they didn't realize what was going on at the moment, but obviously they were looking closely out of their window seats to see what was happening. And once they learned the sad news, a lot of them were nervous, they were concerned, they were worried, and a lot of them are now sending prayers to those victims and the victims' families at this hour. Now, as you guys mentioned, we heard a lot here at that press conference. The thing we want to focus on, though, is the tough conditions that DC Fire talked about working through. We know that they are working at the Potomac River. It's about 8 feet deep, a lot of water that they have to kind of wade through. We're also talking about divers who have to go in where there's not a lot of light around. That's something that DC Fire emphasized. There's also ice out there. The winds are high. The temperature is low. So those are a lot of concerns and things that they have to work through at this hour. And again, they're on a time limit trying to help rescue efforts at that moment. Another thing I also want to talk about, a key moment, is from Senator Jerry Moran. He talked about pushing for this direct flight from Kansas to DCA. He said it's been about a year now since that flight actually started doing a straight flight back and forth. And he says, you know, Kansas is a small place. A lot of people likely will know some of the victims and their families that were on that flight. So it's a lot of information for people to process at this hour. I can tell you, we've seen it quiet here at the airport. This isn't the typical scene if you come to Reagan National Airport. So a lot of people just concerned, praying for those families at this hour, and still a lot more information we don't know at the moment. But of course, we're still sticking here, trying to find out more information. But at this hour, again, we just know that there were 64 on the American Airlines plane. There were 3 people on the helicopter. And we also know that the airport, we first heard that the airport would reopen at 5 a.m. Friday. We can now tell you that we have learned that the airport will reopen at 11 tomorrow, or 11 a.m. today, actually. So this is a fluid situation. That time might change, and crews tell us that tonight. But at this hour, again, a lot of information still coming through, but we know the airport will start opening and having flights going out at 11 a.m., but that could likely change. At this hour, though, they have not told us as far as how many people have been recovered from the scene, how many people have survived this crash, but a lot of people just here waiting to hear that latest information. So we'll stick here and try to figure out as much more as we can, but for now, reporting live from Terminal 1 at Reagan, Alexis Wainwright, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, a lot of folks just waiting for those answers. In the meantime, the focus is on this, what you're looking at right there, the search for any folks who were on that plane. Alexis, thank you.
You know, so we were talking about the controversy about adding routes to Reagan National Airport, and our local leaders had real concerns about this. And you sort of brought this talking point up earlier in the night when this first happened.
Right.
And this was sort of the worst fear of any person that had sort of talked about adding more flights and whether there's capacity and can we really handle this. Let's bring our Eric Flack back in, because I know Zoe brought this up earlier and we were kind of talking about it. And I know you've done some reporting on this, Eric, and you want to dig a little deeper into it for us.
Yeah, first let's look at that route. That was from Wichita, Kansas, right here to Washington Reagan National Airport, DCA. You might have heard just a couple moments ago that senator from Kansas say that this direct route just went into existence, just became a reality about a year ago, which may have people wondering, well, was it part of that ongoing controversy last year in 2024 when we were hearing about whether or not they were going to add routes to Washington National Airport, which many people say is one of the busiest, if not the busiest, in the entire country. We want to let you know that we did check into that, and that this plane, the one that fatefully ended up in that collision and into the Potomac River, was not in fact one of the ones that has been added as part of that ongoing discussion, ultimately becoming a reality in the FAA reauthorization bill that was passed in the fall in the later part of last year. There were 5 flights that were added as part of that reauthorization bill. Only one of them was an American Airlines flight, and that one to San Antonio. In fact, myself and a couple other people back in the newsroom did some quick checking on some of these commercial websites from the airlines. We can't see that these direct routes that have already been added or were talked about being added to the register of flights at DCA are even in existence yet. They still aren't even available. So not saying anything can change, not saying any of those flights will be pulled back now because of this, but if you had questions out there about whether this flight was in fact one of those flight that was just added over some people's objections over the amount of traffic and the amount of near misses that have happened between aircraft there at DCA Washington National Airport, we have now learned and confirmed that this flight in fact was not one of those, although it is new to the register, as was outlined by that senator in that press conference just a couple moments ago. Guys.
Yes, Flack, if you can take us back to remind folks, I mean, this has always been such a contentious issue because folks are saying this airport just cannot handle any more flights.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who's been out there knows the aircraft are coming and going. I spoke with an expert earlier, and they were just pointing out, and it's not just everything that's going on at Washington Reagan National Airport with the passenger flights. It is all the military flights that are happening. Anytime you're out there on the river, you will see the choppers going up and down the river, which is right along the airport. There is so much traffic that is coming through there that people already had concerns that adding flights would just create even more issues. The near misses that we have reported on date back at least 2 years, in some cases likely longer. These are near misses, which means there was not a collision, but it was close enough that the air traffic controllers, that the pilots on board were concerned that it was in fact a situation where a collision, a mid-air collision near the runway, just like what we saw, could have in fact happened. Thankfully, in those cases that we've reported on in the past, those were just that, near misses. Tonight we have a situation where it tragically was not a near miss. It was a direct collision, and we now know really just a tragic end for so many involved. Guys.
Black context is so important, and perspective in when things like this happen, when tragedies like this happen, and misinformation can proliferate. And so thank you for getting us that information. And I'm sure, you know, as we took a look at the senator who was talking about how he lobbied for this flight, I'm sure that's weighing heavy on the heart, knowing that he had taken this flight and it had been something that he had pushed for, but to know that it wasn't one of those flights that could have, in terms of concern about safety in that way, that this was not among those flights. It's important to share that with people as we start to, you know, kind of connect the dots around what went wrong here.
Yeah, and as we spoke about earlier, that flight was just seconds from reaching the runway, within sight of that runway when this collision happened, and these near misses that people have been worried about literally for years, that caused an ongoing debate about whether or not to add more flights to DCA, which in fact they ultimately did, was the exact reason that people had so many concerns. So obviously there's got to be so much second guessing right now going on when you have an end like this.
It sure does, Flack. Thank
the
you.
news just gets, you know, more grim, I'm sure, in the days to come as we start to learn more about the people who were impacted by this, who were on that flight.
And so many families right there at the
That's
airport
right.
waiting for them.
And we don't know the families, the age, the ranges of those who were on board the flight. In terms
I'm
of their
sure
ages.
all of the above. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have people from every walk of life who ended up involved in this on their way home, possibly on their way to a vacation, who knows.
Yeah.
But never expected this, obviously.
Absolutely. Flack, we'll be talking to you, I'm sure, in just a bit. I think we've got former NTSB and Senior Air Safety Investigator Greg Feith again on the phone. He's been such a vast source of information for us. Greg, are you there?
I am, Leslie.
You know, the last time we talked, you had already kind of laid out for us what is likely happening and what we know now. The GO teams involved, the rescue efforts, everything happening all at the same time. You listened to the same press conference that we did. What are your takeaways?
Well, again, they were providing, of course, information about families. One of the big things that has come out of accidents over about the last 20 years is family assistance. The big real takeaway was back in 1996 with TWA 800 and having family assistance because family members weren't getting a lot of information. You heard tonight American Airlines has set up their care team. They've got points of contact for family members and friends to contact to find out the disposition of their loved one, to see what kind of assistance the airline is going to provide. That really came out of NTSB investigations, both domestically and then foreign. When I did Korean Air 801 in Guam, we had similar issues. And out of that particular accident, the foreign family assistance program really came to fruition, requiring foreign airlines to also help families, have points of contact, give them first information. Over the years, it used to be that family members were finding out information by watching TV, and that wasn't good enough. And so now the NTSB provides, through their Transportation Disaster Assistance Department, first information to the families before they take it public to the news media. So you got some of that tonight where they were giving contact information. It is going to be closely guarded as far as the recovery efforts and that kind of thing, because it is a very long, tedious, and hazardous process. And nobody wants to come out with a number of how many victims have been recovered or what's transpiring until they are absolutely sure. It's got to be factual. And I think that's why they're so guarded tonight as to how the process is going.
Yeah, and we saw the explosion earlier as well, Greg, and it's safe to assume that, nothing is intact. So they're putting all of this together in terms of perhaps identifying some folks who may have died in this blast as well. So this is not easy by any means. Now, in terms of the investigation, we are nearly 5 hours into this now. What's happening at this hour?
Well, again, as we talked earlier, one of the things that there are two different things going on. Of course, that's the search and rescue recovery. And then the investigators are trying to collect that perishable evidence. They're trying to get a handle on the air traffic controller or multiple controllers, depending on how the tower was set up. Of course, there's been, and we talked about this, where I had heard air traffic control apparently talking to the crew of the Black Hawk, seeing if they actually identified the regional jet visually, and then giving them an instruction to pass behind it. That information has to be dissected even more because you had multiple airplanes in the area. We've seen this before in San Diego in the mid-air collision between a PSA 727 and a small training airplane, a Cessna 172. There were 9 different aircraft in that proximity. The air traffic controller actually told the crew of PSA that there was traffic at a certain position. The crew basically responded, yep, it's identified, we see it. The problem is they misidentified the airplane that the controller was referring to. They ended up colliding. So that's the kind of information that, while it could be obvious, and of course it's being played on TV and pulled down off the internet, you have to understand the backstory. You have to keep things in context. And that's why it'll be critical to have the cockpit voice recorder to see the interaction between the crew members whether or not they actually identified any traffic that was called to them. But there's also a recorder on the helicopter, and it's a combined flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder. It'll be important to see the military crew if what they did was identify the proper aircraft. It's obvious that when they were told to pass behind an RJ, they unfortunately struck this RJ that crashed. The question is, was that the actual airplane they were identifying, or did they look somewhere else, see another aircraft, and affirm it as, yeah, we have the traffic? So it gets very complicated. That's why you can't jump to conclusions. You can't take factoids and build the whole storyline this soon into the investigation process, because
hey, Greg, I'm going to interrupt you for just 1 second, because I'm looking at some pictures, and if our control room can take some of these pictures that we are looking at that give us a better look at what we can now see of the aircraft in pictures that have been taken. I'd love to get your take on this. We're working on that, and we're going to try to get this so you can see it, because we're looking at a picture which shows the aircraft. We can see a lot of it, and its proximity to the actual runway. And I'd love for you to be able to take a look at this, because it still appears to be somewhat remarkably intact in a lot of ways for something that was blown out of the sky. So we're going to work to try to get these pictures that you can take a look at, so that we can get your insights on them.
Yeah, because I think a lot of folks were thinking that, Greg, because this was this plane was so close to landing, that maybe it wasn't as catastrophic as it seemed.
Well, when you look at, because I've seen some pictures of the aircraft in the water, there is some information floating around that the RJ was cut into two large pieces. That would make sense. When you look at the Black Hawk helicopter, it has a very large rotor system. It weighs about 28,000 pounds. And when I've dissected just looking at the video multiple times, it appears to me that the helicopter struck the aft end of the aircraft. That would be at least midpoint from the wings back.
Hey, Greg, can you take a look at your screen right now? Because the pictures that we were just referencing, taken by Getty Images, are on the screen. And so it'd be good to can you see what we see?
I would love to be able to do that.
No, it sounds like what you're referencing, it sounds like you've seen the same pictures already, because we're following what you're saying, so you've probably seen what we're showing.
Yeah, and so with the aircraft being relatively intact but in two pieces, the rotor system probably damaged the aft end of the aircraft, sliced through the fuselage, separating it. The large explosion was the fact that there was contact in the area of the fuel tanks, which the fuel is carried in the wings on this airplane. So it's probably from the wings aft, because when you look at the video and you see the bright light that we all believe is the regional jet with its landing lights on, the landing lights are actually positioned in the leading edge of the wing. And you don't see any kind of black or any kind of shadowing or anything else that would suggest that the helicopter passed in front of the aircraft, the RJ. So given that, plus then the nose of the airplane pitches down, the lights pitch down, that suggests that the tail section of the airplane was damaged sufficiently so the nose of the aircraft pitched down. And I think that when they pull the wreckage and really examine it, it's probably going to be that the helicopter struck the aft part of the aircraft unbeknownst to the flight crew of the RJ.
How crucial, go ahead, Les.
No, it was just when he says RJ, just letting our viewers know, RJ means regional jet.
Regional jet.
The jet, yes. Okay.
So we're looking at these images here and seeing how, part of the Black Hawk is still intact. We can see pieces of this plane here. How crucial are these pieces to the investigation?
They're extremely important in doing a reconstruction of the wreckage itself. That means that they will remove both aircraft out of the water. They'll take it to a facility, and they'll actually lay out the pieces in their proper position for each respective aircraft, and then try to determine the actual impact or collision angles, and determine what parts of, let's say, the helicopter struck the regional jet. They'll look to see how the rotor system may have contacted. This is an airplane that has what's identified as a T-tail. It's not the conventional tail that you would see like on a Boeing 777, but in fact the horizontal stab sits on top of the vertical stabilizer. So they'll be looking for marks to see if the rotor blade cut through the vertical stabilizer. They'll want to look for paint transfers. Both aircraft, especially the Black Hawk, has tires, rubber tires. So a lot of times we'll see rubber tire mark transfers on the other aircraft. That helps us position with very good detail exact impact attitudes and position, whether the helicopter was higher than the RJ, slightly higher, or slightly below. So those parts are very, very critical, and it's important that first responders help investigators by documenting the wreckage, because, of course, things get distorted as they're doing their rescue operation and recovery. So I always talk to first responders to say, what did you do as far as removing parts of this wreckage to evacuate a victim? And that helps me so that I don't have a misperception. If I find a part somewhere that is very curious, they say, no, we removed that and put it there, versus, nope, we didn't touch that. So now we know the positioning of each piece of the aircraft.
Greg, you've been talking methodically about how this process unfolds and how you get to these answers. When you're able to get the wreckage of these aircraft and you start to lay it out in the way that you talked, how long from the time that you start that is it to find the answers that everybody wants to know about? Is it months? Is it years? I mean, what's realistic in terms of helping people understand how we got to this situation tonight?
It's a very good question, Leslie, because it comes in phases. There's multiple phases going on. Of course, once victim recovery is accomplished and the NTSB is able to recover the wreckage, you're going to have a team of system structures and power plants people putting that wreckage together, trying to determine all these collision angles that we just talked about. Meanwhile, you have an operations group. They're going to be focused on how the RJs, the regional jet pilots, were operating the aircraft, policies, procedures, what they were doing. And that same group will be looking at the military pilots and their operation of the helicopter. What was the intent? What was their intended flight path? You're going to have an air traffic control group that will dissect the communications between air traffic controllers. All of this takes time. You may get factoid information released by the NTSB because, as part of its mission, it is to inform the general public as facts are developed and the determination is made that those facts are verifiable. They aren't going to just say something, because a lot of times, as we know, on the internet, you get a lot of misinformation. There's already been misinformation about the fact that they rescued 4 people. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that hurts the credibility of an investigation. So the board will be very cautious to ensure that the information that's released every day over some period of time is factual. This process, unfortunately, does take time. The wreckage, once they get it out and they put it all back together again, or as close to proximity as they can, that could take a week or 2 weeks. So within 30 days, we're going to have a lot of good information that has been collected through interviews, through recovery from flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder, if those recorders are intact and have not been damaged so that the playback capability isn't compromised. But it does take process, or it does take time. And I think in the next 2 weeks, I would expect in the next 72 hours we're going to have some good information. But over the next 2 weeks to 30 days, we will have a bulk of the information we need to understand at least how this accident, the sequence of events started to cause this accident. We may not have all the infinite detail. That'll come out in the final board product in about 18 months.
Now, Greg, you talked about this taking time, and we see them pulling parts of the wreckage out of the water here, but how does it, we're also talking about perhaps 67 people in the Potomac River. How does that complicate this right now when you're talking about bodies, people being in this water amongst this wreckage?
One of the things that has to be done by the first responders is be cognizant of the fact that they do have to really compromise some of that wreckage. When I did Value Jet, I was the investigator in charge in Value Jet. When that airplane went down in the Everglades, it was a dual mission. It was to recover aircraft wreckage and to recover the victims. And it's a very choreographed process because they can pull the wreckage out without damaging it, and in conjunction with the NTSB, they can then manipulate the wreckage to recover the victims. But the NTSB's evidence from the structure itself can remain intact or at least be documented as that process is taking place. It's critical to try and get the actual wreckage in its position because it too is perishable. If you start cutting into it, that changes the evidence. That could change how somebody may perceive or at least believe that one aircraft struck the other.
Wow.
It's a sober assessment.
Yeah.
And an honest one, right? And
it, like I said, I see the worst side of aviation every day in my job as an accident investigator. My mission and the mission of the NTSB and every safety professional out there that has to do this type of work is to prevent these accidents and incidents from happening in the future. I fly on an airplane almost every week. My family flies on an airplane very often, and it is my responsibility to, as an NTSB investigator, but as a safety advocate as well, to collect all the facts, conditions, and circumstances so that the loss of life isn't in vain. That unfortunately these people have died. But out of this tragic accident, here are the safety improvements going forward. So there always has to be a positive out of this very tragic circumstance. And like I said, we as investigators, I mean, while we have to remain objective and really focused and really compartmentalize the tragedy that we're investigating, there comes a point where, in the dark of the night, as an investigator, it hits home because it could be our family members, it could be our friends. And so I think we all work collectively in this business, this aviation safety business, to prevent that from happening again and prevent that heartache. So it's an emotional thing, and when I teach accident investigation, that's the first thing I talk about with investigators. This is an emotional job because you are dealing with tragedy. You are dealing with a lot of emotion, and you have to take that emotion out to be able to do your job objectively. And sometimes that's very difficult. And other professions, first responders, they have to do the same thing.
Yeah, Greg, you talked about seeing the worst of aviation pretty frequently, but yet you still fly every week. So is there something you tell folks who are watching our coverage tonight and who may have a flight in the days ahead and they may feel a little anxious about boarding that next flight?
I trust the system implicitly. I learned to fly when I was young in high school in Maryland, flew my way through high school and college, and went to work for the NTSB and continued to fly, and I still fly today. I fly as a passenger on all the airlines. I trust the system because I know all of the policies, procedures, the training, the equipment that is utilized to keep the system safe. Is there going to be a tragic circumstance like this where this was an unexpected event, even with all the safeguards? The question is, what broke down in that safeguarded system to unfortunately cause this? And was this an isolated event or systemic? But I trust the system. What scares me more is driving to the airport, because when I'm in the air, I know pretty much what everybody's doing up there. We know that we have good pilots, we have good equipment, we have a great air traffic control system. On the highway, I don't know if the guy's going to try and cut 3 lanes across and, cut me off or slow down or jam on his brakes. That's my greatest fear is I'm going to probably get hurt or killed on the highway, not in an airplane. So to the flying public, they have to have confidence in the system. We have the safest system in the world, bar none.
So even after what we see here tonight, your message to people would be trust the system. American aviation, by and large, is safe.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because, again, and that's why we have a robust oversight through the FAA. That's why it is incumbent that when we fund agencies that have these oversight and regulatory responsibilities, we have to have the highest quality people doing these jobs and doing it without overtaxing them, because it is oversight, it is enforcement, so that the system remains safe. And the NTSB has talked about this over the years in their probable causes in a variety of accidents where they found that the air traffic control system was deficient with air traffic controllers. We didn't have enough. And we've gone through that cycle. When President Reagan fired 5,000 controllers, there was a concern about whether or not the system was still safe because we were down 5,000 controllers. We're in a controller shortage right now, just like we're in a bit of a pilot shortage and a mechanic shortage. But barring all of that, we still have very good oversight, regulatory policies and procedures that keep us all safe.
Yeah, and Greg, as you're talking, we're looking here at the rescue and recovery operation still underway here on the Potomac tonight. And I know we've talked a lot about the investigation in terms of what went wrong and piecing the plane and the helicopter back together to find out what happened. But also, we know at the airport, folks are waiting for answers about their loved ones. So we saw the explosion here. We're looking at this wreckage. How long realistically could it take for folks who didn't make it for their bodies to be identified?
That is going to be up to the local coroner. That too becomes a very tedious process, a very lengthy process, because they're having to look at remains. Some of the remains may be readily identifiable. When we did ValueJet, because of the catastrophic impact, high energy impact, we didn't have a lot of victim remains that were intact. We were able to identify one of the pilots by just finding the tip of his index finger and comparing it against a fingerprint. So you may have to use DNA, you may have to use dental records, you may have to use other identifiable marks on the body like a tattoo. It's a very long process. But again, it's up to the process that the coroner or the mortuary people that assist the coroner will systematically go through to ensure that they have positive identification of the victims.
Greg Feith, we are grateful as always for your expertise and also for your heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, now we are also hearing from some passengers who saw the collision earlier tonight.
Yeah, they were sitting on the tarmac on a different flight and they witnessed the whole thing.
It looked like a flash of fire, and we didn't understand what was happening. The person sitting next to me just said, "What's that?" And the next thing we started seeing ambulance, started seeing firefighters, everybody just rushing, and the whole place was...
And the police car too.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, so you just imagine that moment. You're sitting there and wondering what happened.
Yeah, you don't know what happened.
Yeah.
You know something happened,
Yeah.
but you aren't sure what that was.
And this has been underway happened
since-
roughly 5 hours ago. So
Yeah.
remember those initial moments when people had no idea what was happening. So now we're starting to get more clarity as the night goes on.
The president has been active on Truth Social through the night. He posted within the hour, and this is his quote, "What a terrible night this has been. God bless you all." He says the airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It is a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? He goes on to say this is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented, and ends it by saying, not good.
Yeah, and we heard from his transportation secretary, Sean Duffy, who's been on the job for a little more than a day now. And he says they will work to find out what went wrong in this situation, asking the same questions as the president there. But in the meantime, tonight, the focus has been on what you're seeing right here, trying to find any survivors of this plane crash.
I think we have some more witness sound that we can go to as well. No, we do not. Okay.
In the meantime, let us tell you, if you have your phone and you're watching as well, again, the information has just been coming in slowly at this point. You can scan that QR code right there on your screen to get a full list of some of the updates we've had throughout the night. We've been on the air since a little after 9 o'clock, shortly after this incident. And we're learning more as this goes on. And we heard not from the mayor or any of the other officials who were at that press conference earlier tonight, but we're hearing from our partners at CBS News and some other police officials that we know they've recovered at least 18 bodies there from the Potomac River so far. We know at least 67 people may have been involved in this catastrophe, including 64 on the plane, 3 on that Black Hawk helicopter, and they're trying to rescue and recover those folks tonight.
And you know, there was an appeal by the mayor tonight to really allow this work, this important, heartbreaking work to rescue, to recover, to identify this really important and really gut-wrenching work of our first responders to work unencumbered. Don't go down there. Don't get in the way. Don't be a gawker. Allow them to do this work so that the families who have had to deal with this unimaginable tragedy, and it's sinking in the 5 hours since it happened, allow them to do the work that is so important. And you know, as we look at these pictures and you see the lights and the sirens, you can't necessarily see all of the hard work that is occurring in the cold water, with the ice around, with the wind, with these divers who are having to be careful because the conditions are not ideal, and the fact that there are bodies everywhere in the water. We showed you some pictures a while ago that showed you what was left of, we think, the Black Hawk helicopter and, of course, the regional jet. And you heard Greg Feith, the former NTSB investigator, talking about the painstaking, the tedious effort it takes to find the bodies and all that they have to go through to do that. And so it's not lost on us that for hours upon hours upon hours now, the folks that run into harm's way and train for this very thing have been doing it under the very toughest circumstances you can imagine, in the dark, in the Potomac River, with waters that are not always kind.
And on that same note, Les, I was hearing from a couple of sources tonight who are responding to the scene here. I don't know if we still have that shot from the DC Police Department, their air support area near the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, where they're stationed there. A lot of those first responders they're having a tough time with this tonight as well, because as we mentioned, they are recovering bodies from the Potomac. And we've said over and over again that these first responders are human. We look at these folks here on the boat and looking, you know, they train for this, but when you talk about the human lives involved, the reality here, you know.
They've spent more than 5 hours trying to find bodies.
Yeah.
They've spent more than 5 hours finding some bodies that are not intact.
Right. And you wonder what the story is behind them.
Yeah. They've spent more than 5 hours potentially even finding just pieces of bodies.
Yeah.
And that's real talk right now. And it's a really tough thing, I think, to digest for family members and for communities that are desperate for some sort of answers. We've been on the air now since a little after 9 o'clock talking about this mid-air collision near Reagan National Airport, this tragedy in the skies that we're all wrestling with here on the ground, trying to understand how this happened and why this happened. But we know something did happen. Something very wrong happened.
That's right.
Something didn't happen the way it was supposed to.
Yeah, we want to get to our Leslie Moreno now, who is still stationed near the DC Police Air Support area along the Potomac River. And Leslie, we've been watching your camera for a good chunk of the night to figure out if there's been any movement, any activity. What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Yeah, we've seen a number of vehicles, different fire, EMS, rescue vehicles here in the last 4 hours or so. One of what I want to point your attention to is this orange, reddish tent here to my left. We're going to zoom in there. This was set up maybe in the last hour or so. This is a what you call a decontamination tent. This is what crews use to come in here and clean off some of that jet fuel that they've been since they've been in the water with these search rescues, search efforts all night through the morning. Right next to it, you can still see crews stationed out here right off of South Capitol here. That bus that we mentioned, that white bus, that mass casualty ambulance bus, as well as crews. It's very quiet, and it's been that way the last 3-4 hours. We did see a couple boats come through as well, but I assume this will be an area that will have a little bit more activity throughout the morning as these crews find these victims and these survivors. So again, just everyone out here is in place, ready to assist both the victims and those crews that have been out there in the water, in the frigid waters for several hours now.
Yeah, we know this is probably the toughest job of the night, looking at what you see right here. And those decontamination tents that have been erected as well, we were telling you moments ago, this is where they are bringing the bodies of those who have been recovered in the Potomac River tonight. And again, the tough job of knowing that on the other side of this river, family members are waiting for those answers. And it's going to be the tough job of identifying those folks and giving their relatives the grim news.
Bodies covered in jet fuel.
Yeah.
And this is the reality of what happened in the skies and what's now happening in the waters. It's now happening in the waters.
And we know that our Alexis Wainwright, she also spoke with some folks who witnessed this earlier today as well. Let's see what they have to say.
Hey, so we are inside Terminal 1 at the airport at the moment. If you take a look behind me, you can see there's no one here. It's very quiet. This is a rare scene that you would see at Reagan National Airport, and that's what we've been seeing for the past several hours here. A lot of people still in shock about what happened here, and if you take a moment to look at the monitor here, this is the emergency alerts we've been seeing throughout the airport. These first came on after that crash happened, letting people know due to the emergency situation, all flights are being held on the airfield, letting people know that additional information will be released. So that's kind of what we've been seeing throughout the airport at the moment. And we actually spoke with some people who were here at the airport on their planes, ready for takeoff essentially, and then were told that they were going to have to wait. And then shortly after they heard about that crash, we want you to listen to that sound.
You boarded your plane.
Yes.
Take me through what happened.
So we
we have to fly to Dallas on Southwest, which has to board by, we have to start by 8:40. So we boarded on time. We thought we were going to fly on time, but I think they basically have the plane on the runway, but it was halted for almost like 20-30 minutes. We don't know what's going on, but they told like we're going to take off within like 15-20 minutes, but it never happened. I started seeing a lot of like vehicles going back and forth in airport. I don't know what's going on, but we are just waiting.
You want to just go out?
We were told like some incident happened, and they told they're going to deplane us. We were deplaned, and we were just sitting there at the gate 5.
And for you to hear that there was a plane crash, what goes through your mind after you hear that?
That's very sad. Who will ever expect that? So yeah. Then once we deplaned, even like then, actually in the plane, someone opened their mobile and saw the news on Twitter. So I know the news when we are deplaning, so we know like what happened. We know that some crash happened, but we don't know much details. But later they announced in the airport that.
And did you hear anything, see anything out of ordinary?
We were in plane most of the time. We came out after like almost maybe around 9:50, sometime like that. Then we were just waiting at the gate. After some time they told like flight is cancelled and we have to leave the airport.
So again, you could hear the sadness in his voice. That's been the reaction from several people who were out on their planes ready for takeoff and then heard the sad news. We even spoke with another man who was headed to Chicago and said he heard the sirens, and that's when he knew something bad was going on. So a lot of them still in shock. Now, we talked about the airport being closed. We want to show you actually right outside here of Terminal 1 what we're seeing. We've seen a large police presence out here, and we know that a lot of the sections of the airport have been blocked off by police officers. So if you take a look out here, we're going to go out this door. You will notice a security presence out here. You'll see flashing lights. That's what we've been seeing since we arrived here to the airport. Several sections where they're being monitored at the moment. We've been seeing crews rush around throughout the different terminals as they respond and continue their investigation. Now, earlier in that press conference, we did hear from officials who confirmed that the airport is expected to reopen at 11 a.m. That's when they expect for the first flights to take off. So they're trying to remind everyone who does have those early morning flights that those flights will not be taking off at that time. They want you to monitor everything online and to come at 11 a.m. But because this is a fluid situation, that timing could change. Now, earlier also in that press conference, we also heard about the large response for this. We know over 300 personnel have responded and are out there right now helping crews as they try to go through these rescue operations. So a lot going on at this hour. We know that there are a lot of rough conditions that they're working through. Potomac River is about 8 feet deep. It's dark out there. There's not a lot of lights. There's also some ice. So the divers are taking a lot longer to work through these situations and get through these conditions to help some of those victims from that crash. So there is a lot going on here. And crews also telling us that it is going to take several hours for them to get through this and also start their investigation. So they're asking for people to give them their space, give them extra time as they work through all of this. So again, there's just a lot happening right now. It's obviously a very fluid situation, but the main thing right now is to give these crews the space to work right now. They also are asking, again, if you have those early morning flights, to expect to not get here until after 11 a.m. That's when the first flights will start taking off. So a lot going on at this moment here at the airport, but it is still closed. We've been hearing from several people here who are in shock, but sending prayers to those families at this hour, guys.
Let them do their work undisturbed and unburdened. Yeah. There certainly is enough for them to do. Alexis, thank you so much for that information and for just reiterating what we're hoping to share with people right now. Topper, you've been keeping an eye on this like we have all night. We've been talking about the wind conditions. We've been talking about the ice, the water. It's after 2 a.m. These divers have been in there for 5.5 hours.
Right. And, imagine if this had happened last week, okay, with temperatures in the teens and 20s. It's still horrible. But the good news is winds are down to 0. Around National. They're still a little gusty north and west, so that's good news. We did show you winds earlier around 9:15 at the time of the crash. There could have been a gust of 30 miles per hour. I doubt that caused it, but they'll probably look at that and factor that in as well. But right now, winds are just not much of a factor. In terms of temperatures, kind of a wide range. It's still around 44 at the airport. It is in the 30s out in the burbs, but where they are right now, it's still low to mid 40s, which is a horrible temperature. It's not great. So let's talk about the approach of the plane. So it came in from the west, from Wichita, Kansas. And again, we're looking at it flies past the airport and then turns around and makes this kind of an approach across the river. And it was going to land on runway 33. It's going to land into the wind. You always want to land the plane into the wind. And runway 33 points northwest. And that is the runway they were very close to making. So water temperature still is 42. That's not going to change at all. If we look at where they may have had the collision, that's about a mile wide in the Potomac. So they were certainly within a mile, probably closer, probably more like 3,000 feet in their final descent going in to runway 33. So again, winds, not a huge problem right now. Water temperature going to stay cold, 42, and the air temperature will just keep dropping. So all in all, it's not great, but it could have been much worse if it were last week when it was snowing. We had more ice on the river and temps were in the single digits and teens.
But this water, it's not going to get any easier for them.
No, and it's dark also.
Yeah.
That's a big thing. It's amazing they've recovered 18 bodies. It's pitch black, and that's a lot of area to search. I mean, it's not that far when you're landing an airplane. A mile goes by pretty fast, but when you're trying to search 3 debris fields, that's a big deal and a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, and we're hoping perhaps they may have recovered more since our last update, because it has been a while. We know they've recovered pieces of the plane. So, yeah.
And hopefully with daylight, that will also help with their ability to see and to carry out this very grim and tedious task they have.
Yeah.
All right, Top, thank you. Our Eric Flack is here with us, helping us to contextualize what happened as well. Flack, what are you looking at now?
So many questions still unanswered. A lot of the hopeful answers are going to center around what the communication was like between that passenger flight, that military chopper, and air traffic control, which is supposed to be the one making sure that tragic collisions like this don't happen. We are just now getting some new audio into the newsroom of what was being said and what was going on inside that air traffic control tower as this collision happened. Let's listen.
American 472 Washington, 1 star, 32017.
Oh my God. The stunned words of someone in the background of air traffic control audio recorded as American Airlines Flight 5342 collides with a military helicopter, sending both aircraft and almost 70 people into the Potomac River.
I just saw a fireball and then it was just gone. So I haven't seen anything since they hit the river, but it was a CRJ and a helicopter that hit. I would say maybe a half mile off the approach end of 33.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Yes, all runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
And you can just hear the disbelief in the voices of those air traffic controllers, but at the same time trying to keep some semblance of calm so they can do their jobs, make sure that the air field was closed for no further incoming traffic, so that rescue crews could get out there immediately to start that tough job of the rescue we just talked about. But guys, incredible sounds from inside of that air traffic control tower at the moment these two aircraft collided.
Yeah, we talk about this plane going down and the helicopter in the water, but think about the areas nearby.
Right.
The bridge is the 14th Street Bridge, not far away. These communities, this could have been much, this is awful, but this could have been much worse.
Yeah, and you could hear them talking in there about, where was it, how far off was it? And we had talked earlier about just how close that passenger plane was to the runway before this collision happened, and how close they were to, in fact, landing safely. And you could just hear those air traffic controllers. This was not something that they saw coming in any way, shape, or form. Of course, that's no commentary on where the blame, and eventually we will know where steps were missed. But you could just hear in the voices, this was a complete shock to them as they sat there doing their jobs on this evening.
Just another reminder of Reagan National and its proximation to everything in our area. It is both convenient and vulnerable at the same time.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Topper. He was talking, putting it in context, really good context, and I think he said it to you all earlier. It is so busy, it is so small. Everybody who has been out there knows how small that airport is and how few runways they have. And when you talk about how small it is surface-wise and the amount of runways in relation to the amount of flights that are coming and going. If you go to that video, you can actually see another flight kind of in the background there as the top of the screen, as the collision is kind of happening at the bottom of the screen. Just another reminder of just how busy that airport is.
Boy, and the pilots clearly going above had to see something very tragic was happening down below. The whole thing is so tragic all the way around.
Yeah.
All right, Eric, thank you for that insight and that sound.
Yeah. And so we know the investigation, again, into how this happened, what went wrong. They're going to be looking at that video that Flack just showed us moments ago to try and piece this all together, listening to the audio. You saw Alexis Wainwright at the airport moments ago talking with folks who saw the blast. They want to talk with those folks too to try and piece this together. So there is a lot of work to be done outside of also the tedious and heartbreaking task of rescuing and recovering the folks in the Potomac River and talking with their family members.
We have some strong pictures to show you of what this recovery looks like. And these are some pictures from Andrew Harnick with Getty Images. It gives you a sense of what these rescuers are working with and working through. You could see parts of the Black Hawk jet, parts of this mangled American Eagle flight, and it's amazingly intact in a lot of ways for what we saw occur in the sky. But this gives you a different vantage point of what it's hard to see through our video. These pictures capture the tedious task, the grueling task, the grim task, the heartbreaking task, and the sacred task that they all have to confront. And we know how, as hard as it is for family members waiting on the news, it is also quite hard for these rescuers and investigators who are doing their level best to get answers for families tonight.
Because we say they train for this all the time, but it hits differently when you're talking about the reality and knowing the impact this is going to have. And look at the area around these pictures. We see this debris in the spotlight. But look at how dark it is just around this area. And this is what these crews have been dealing with for most of the night. You're talking about the Potomac River here, trying to cover every inch and find not only folks who were on that plane, but also more of this debris so they can try and piece this together. So this is only complicating their efforts.
And quite honestly, bodies. Bodies in places that they can't see. We know that the bodies that they are going to pull from the water and that they have had to pull from the water have had to be decontaminated because of the jet fuel. And so it just reminds us of how painstaking this process is. It's not a pristine, easy scene to try to get answers and to try to do the recovery and the rescue. This is really, really tough stuff.
Yeah, and you might be wondering, you have something to say, Top?
Well, I mean, you made a phenomenal point. This is absolute horrible tragedy. But if you take the scenario and say he just clipped the plane and the plane then goes on, hits the runway, could then hit other planes on the runway, could then even hit the terminal.
Right.
So that's a good point. So I think.
Yeah, this is not what you want at all. But you go back, we talk about these debris fields and the initial calls, everyone wondering, you hear a plane going down in such a dense area. Like, where is it going? What happened? Who's injured? They had to answer those calls pretty quickly. And also when they realized it went down in the water, okay, now it's dark, it's icy, it's cold, it's windy. How do we find the wreckage and how do we find these people? Nearly 70 people.
Nearly 70 people. And it's only getting colder. And it's darker. And the conditions have gotten even more challenging. Now, obviously, with the light of day, it will make some of what they do a little bit easier because they will be able to see more. But it's as the leaders addressing the media about what happened said, this is going to not just take hours, this will be days. This will be days. And it will be a while before we actually have the answer to what caused the heartbreak over the Potomac tonight.
And we listen to those the radio transmissions, and we usually hear about these disasters, and there's some sort of warning ahead of time. You can hear the panic and the voices of the folks who are on these planes and helicopters.
They didn't have an opportunity for
at
that.
all.
No.
This was so sudden.
And maybe that it is not a comfort, let's be clear, but at least from what we know, the passengers, by and large, on board that commercial flight were not aware of the terror that awaited them. They did not have time to prepare. They were a mile from landing on runway 33.
And this is going to be a tough period. We are nearly 6 hours into this now, and we've been watching the heartbreaking images, and it doesn't make you feel any better knowing that that pain will only worsen as we learn who these people were, who was on these flights, some of our neighbors perhaps.
People in the community.
Yeah, we don't know what sort of ties we may have to the folks who were on that plane, but presumably some of our neighbors.
That's right. We know that the flight crew was based in this area for sure, and there were a good number of people, some who had loved ones waiting for them at Reagan National Airport to welcome them, who instead had to be comforted because of this awful, awful news. So we are thinking of the families at this hour, we are thinking of the rescuers and the first responders at this hour. We're thinking of the very many people who have any involvement in the disaster relief response, those Red Cross workers who have come there to help in some way. The clergy that are there counseling family members, the people at American Airlines who now have to go through a manifest and try to identify many of these family members, the investigators that have to go and try to piece all of this together. This is a story about shared humanity. We're all in this together. We may not be in the waters actually helping to find the answers and doing the rescue, but we're all invested in the answers that will come from tonight and this tragedy.
And this is how we do it here, thinking of all the folks who just step in.
That's
you hear
right.
about something wrong,
People
and
go.
they jump in. Even we were talking earlier just about WMATA. We heard from the Washington Metropolitan Airport Authority's president there saying he's grateful that they extended the train times. So they could get folks out of Dulles into wherever they were going.
And grateful for those warming buses that transported people from National to Dulles so that they could make their flights. There were 19 flights that were impacted. So there were a lot of logistics that had to be managed in the midst of this. If you are just joining us, you may be just getting pieces of the information here. And we listened in on a press conference a couple hours ago that we're working to bring to you, and hopefully we'll have that soon. You'll be able to hear from our leaders, from their own mouths, what is happening and how this is impacting them. And I know we were struck by the senator from Kansas, Jerry Moran, who talked about how this weighs really heavy on his heart because he had advocated for a nonstop flight from Wichita to DC and was successful in helping to make that happen with American Airlines just a year ago. And then to see this really awful, crushing tragedy, just unsurmountable sorrow for so many families tonight.
And he knows that route all too well. And what I noticed as well, they didn't give a lot of specifics about anything that's taking place in the water, what's to come in the days ahead, because they are being sensitive to the fact that nearly 70 people may have lost their lives today. So they're trying to respect the family members who may still be at Reagan National Airport right now. Just waiting for some sort of answer, waiting to figure out what's to come in the days ahead, how this happened, of course. And those questions are going to have to be answered at some point.
This is an area where, sadly, bodies are being brought to be decontaminated once they've been pulled from those rugged, rough, and very cold, frigid waters. And it's been a very long night for the rescuers that are there, and there are some really long days and nights to come ahead.
They will not forget this. We have to think about those first responders as well. We talk about the folks who were on the plane. We still don't know the stories behind the folks who were on the Black Hawk helicopter.
That's right.
We know they were on a training exercise at the time.
And we don't know what that training mission was about.
Right. So we're still waiting for answers there as well to find out who those people were, those military personnel, obviously training to protect and defend our city, our country. So there's so many stories that are still untold, but right there in the Potomac River.
Making the ultimate sacrifice.
Yes, the ultimate sacrifice.
And reminding us again of this connection between both hometown and official Washington that happens in the sky and on the ground.
Yeah. So again, you're seeing some
of
that
those
activity
boats.
there. Yeah. So this search is still underway. We've seen the activity there on the Potomac River all night. Talk about a large, heavy task there. Another one of those fireboats if we're trying to make it out there. Again, this is a reminder here. What I'm assuming is they're bringing perhaps some of those folks who have been recovered over to the area near those mass casualty tents as we see these boats sort of come in time and time again from the Potomac, from their mission there.
All right, we want to get you to the press conference that we heard a couple hours ago in case you're just joining us and you haven't had an opportunity to hear directly from the leaders involved in a good portion of what we are going to see in the days to come. So we are going to toss to that press conference, and the first person you will hear from is Mayor Muriel Bowser.
I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. We are here to brief you on the very tragic events of this evening, where we know a passenger plane coming to the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well, and officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us, should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight, their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here too, extending our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching. and attempting a rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter. We are going to provide all the support that's necessary. Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, I want to ask Chief John Donnelly from DC Fire and EMS to provide an update.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This response includes first the Metropolitan Washington Airport's Authorities Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police and fire boats. We have a mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. In Chief Bonnet from MWA.
I'm Rick Bonnet, Fire Chief of MWA Fire and Rescue. Our units, as Chief Donnelly already alluded to, at 2048, we received an alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities, and we appreciate all DC's support to our agency and our federal partners.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators who are from Kansas who wanted to say a few words. First, Senator Moran, and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you, and to our first responders, thank you very much for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas, and I chair the subcommittee in Commerce Committee on Aviation. So we have really a serious and sad circumstance that we want to be here to be helpful, and we're praying that our responders are safe and the folks who are on that flight are recovered. The circumstance I would describe is that I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct nonstop flight service to DCA. That flight has been in existence about a year. And it is certainly true that in Kansas and in Wichita in particular, we're going to know people who are on this flight, know their family members, know somebody. So this is a very personal circumstance as well as an official response. And again, we will do everything we can to make certain that We're supportive of the rescue efforts, and we'll do everything we can to make certain that our subcommittee and Congress is engaged in what needs to take place following the outcome of this evening and this month's kind of investigation. I've talked to NTSB, I've talked to the White House, I've talked to the Department of Defense, and I've talked to the CEO of American Airlines, and there is all of us pulling together for the best outcome possible. I'm honored to be here with my colleague, Senator Marshall, as we try to make certain that we care for those certainly back in Kansas that were on that flight. But it's a reminder that there are people here in Washington, D.C., in this region, in Virginia and Maryland, and many places else that fly to and from Kansas. And so we're rooting and supporting all those, regardless of where you're from. And Mayor, I appreciate the gathering here for us to try to provide information to those in Kansas and across your city. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you, Senator Moran and Mayor, Secretary. You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. And I know Senator Moran and I are here just to say we care. We wish that there was more we could do, but unfortunately there doesn't seem much at this time. I want the folks to back home to just know that we care, that we love them, and that this is a time when we'll have to join arms together and help each other out. We've been through things like this before, through tornadoes and floods and things, but it's really hard when you lose, you know, probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. And I don't want to forget the pilots and the flight attendants, you know, who are doing, you know, do their job, and the military personnel we lost. You know, all those lives are so valuable, and it is such a tragedy that we lost them. You know, I think often in times like this, I try to find a scripture that, you know, is apropos, and this is from the book of Psalms. It says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Certainly we're crushed in spirit tonight. We mourn with the families who lost loved ones, and we truly are joining them in prayer and wrapping our arms around them in love and compassion. Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight, and thank you for your thoughts and your prayers.
So certainly I speak for the people of Washington, 700,000 of us who are extremely sorry for the families who are experiencing loss tonight. And so we want you to know that we will continue to work with American Airlines to share information as frequently as possible and make sure that we're getting accurate information out to the public. But my sorrow for all of the people and crew on the plane and our military personnel on the helicopter is very deep. I do want to turn to Jack Potter, who is the CEO of our Airports Authority, responsible for Reagan National Airport and Dulles International Airport, to talk to you about how the airport responded and what's going to happen next.
Good evening. As was said, I'm Jack Potter, President and CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Thank you all for being here tonight and under these very, very grim circumstances. First of all, I want to let you know that we're providing support to all the families who are involved. American Airlines has established a phone number for them to reach out. It's been published, but let me repeat it. It's 1-800-679-8215. So families of folks that were on the plane are asked to contact them. We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones, and so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport, and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. We did have aircraft that were in the air. They were diverted to Dulles Airport, some 19 aircraft. We had personnel, United, and others had personnel. We want to thank WMATA for extending their hours on the Metro to make sure that those folks were accommodated. Right now, as was said earlier by the chief, we're in a rescue mode. We will continue in that rescue mode. I want to thank all of the mutual aid responders, all the counties, the districts, folks from Maryland and Virginia. Everybody's on site doing the best they can, and numerous boats out in the water right now. NTSB is on site. I want to thank all of the folks behind me, the secretary, the mayor, the 2 senators for all of their support, and we're going to continue to work through the night. I do want to make an announcement. People are, concerned about what's going to happen in the morning. Reagan National Airport will be closed until 11 o'clock. That's when the first flights will take off. But we're going to continue to do our best and work through this situation over the course of the night, and we hope to have more news as it develops. But for right now, it's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there. So again, we'll continue to work this situation, and I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that update. And you've heard that in the National Capital Region, the district, of course, is Washington, D.C. is at the center, but we are a close region. We have heard from the governors of Maryland and Virginia, the mayor of the city of Baltimore, all who have sent us personnel to help in the rescue operations. Last thing I'll note is just to our local viewership, and just please let our first responders do their work. Try to let our vehicles get to scenes and through scenes. We don't want anybody else to get hurt because of moving vehicles, okay? So we will be able to take a few questions. There's not a lot that we can say. We won't be able to say anything about an investigation. As you know, once fire and EMS completes the rescue operation, then the investigation goes over to the National Transportation Safety Board. And I'm sure the Safety Board, NTSB, will provide information about when they will be briefing about an investigation. So we'll take a few. Yes?
Can you confirm that both aircraft are in the water, and perhaps Chief Donnelly can explain what's involved in conducting an operation like this in these conditions?
Yes, both aircraft are in the water. The focus now is rescuing people, and that's what all of our personnel are focused on. And Chief, I think he's given a pretty good description, but if there's anything else you want to add, Chief?
I would just say that the boats are out doing searches. We have divers on both aircraft, and they're searching the aircraft at this point.
Right.
Mayor,
yes.
Have any survivors been found, and how many bodies have been recovered?
All we can confirm tonight is the number of people on each aircraft, 64 people on the American Airlines plane and 3 people on the military helicopter. And we can't provide any more information about recovery efforts.
The 2 people have talked about lost loved ones. So how do you know that there might be people who have lost loved ones?
I didn't say I didn't know people had lost loved ones. I said we can't talk about any of the recovery efforts in specific tonight.
Yes. Secretary Duffy,
I'll call on who's next. Yes?
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Will this affect operations at Dulles and BWI? Will the Potomac River traffic be closed to boats?
Yes. And so Jack has talked about, can you talk about Dulles? I'm not sure we can talk about BWI, but we can talk about Dulles.
There is no impact at BWI or at Dulles. As I said earlier, our airport here, Ronald Reagan National Airport, will be closed until 11 o'clock. Obviously, that will be fluid. We'll learn more, but we wanted to advise passengers who might be coming to the airport in the morning that we will be closed until at least 11 o'clock.
Secretary Duffy. A question for Secretary Duffy.
Yeah, 1 second. You're next.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much. So, just other than the current situations, like we know the water is extremely cold and it's very dark outside. Although Senator is saying that there are numerous boats in the water, but what's the the biggest challenges for the rescue team? What best scenario we can expect in the coming few hours till morning?
So the challenges are access. The water that we're operating in is about 8 feet deep. There is wind, there is pieces of ice out there, so it's just dangerous and hard to work in, and because there's not a lot of lights, you're out there searching every square inch of space to see if you can find anybody. Divers are doing the same thing in the water is dark, it is murky, and that is a very tough condition for them to dive in. The question about the river, we'll make that decision later. The Coast Guard's on scene, and I would expect that it's not a high use time in the river, and we should not expect to have commercial, recreational traffic on the river tomorrow.
Okay, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
It's for Secretary Duffy. Have you been in touch with the air traffic controllers who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And second question, this is your first several hours in this position. What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
My focus is on those who are impacted on this flight. And again, I've been the secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater DC area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is thinking and praying for those who potentially have lost a loved one. And thank you.
Okay, your question?
Could any of you give us any sense about how an accident like this could have happened so close to the airport, right in the heart of DC? There have been reports that the DCA tower contacted the helicopter moments before the crash to ask if they had sight of the aircraft, and apparently the helicopter reported that it did have sight of an aircraft. Is it possible that it had the wrong aircraft in sight? Do you have any sense of what went wrong in those final moments?
I know that the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation will be able to search on all of those questions. We wouldn't be able to talk about that tonight. Yes?
2 points for Secretary Duffy. The first being, you were talking about you were in the Situation Room with the President and Pete Hegseth both being there. Can you tell us more about the President's initial reactions to this, as well as Pete Hegseth, that this was a military helicopter?
So I was not in the Situation Room. I did have a conversation with the Situation Room where the President was located, as well as with Secretary Hegseth. We were exchanging information. I would just note that not just the local team, but the federal team has performed very well in this crisis. I know the President is incredibly concerned about what's happened here today. I'm sure we'll continue to hear more from him, and I'll continue to consult with him and Secretary Hegseth.
When it comes to the resources that you would be able to provide on the federal level, do you feel like you're getting what you need?
Absolutely. The President has committed to this team and to the NTSB through the DOT that we will provide all resources necessary as we go through this recovery, but also the support from FAA and DOT as the NTSB investigates.
Mr. Secretary, do we know the condition of these aircraft? Are they whole? Are they split? Are they pieces?
Again, I don't think we can comment on that. Our focus is on getting the passengers and crew out of the water.
And just one more clarification, because earlier we got guidance that DCA was going to be shut down at least until Friday at 5 a.m. I just heard
11
now
a.m.
it's 11 a.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we can take a few more questions. A question here, and here.
Mayor Bowser, can you just confirm, has anybody been transported to the hospital?
Again, I can't say anything about the rescue operation right now. Who was next? Yes.
Yeah, Chief Donnelly, can you speak a little bit more about the unified command who leads this phase of the rescue and recovery? At what point do you then change phases? And can you describe to us the scene as best you can when first responders first arrived?
So I happened to be listening to the radio this evening when the call came out. I listened to the responders come in, and the initial response, they were very professional trying to locate this. This is, if you can imagine, the river is a large black spot at night with no lights on it except for a few buoy lights. So they were out there looking. The boats pretty quickly were able to locate one of the aircraft and get there. So that's what's going on right now. Everybody's working on that. We will reevaluate where we are with the rescue operation in the morning when we get a better sense of it, but we are still out there working, and we're going to continue that throughout the night.
Do you have a sense that there are survivors?
We don't know yet, but we're working.
Is any part of the search happening over land?
No, we're all in the water.
Yes. Oh, you got a question. Somebody didn't get a question. Hold on. Yes.
I just wanted to ask, do you have an estimate yet on how long the recovery efforts will take?
Chief.
So experiences like this we expect to continue our operations in the fire department for multiple days. And then I would expect the investigation goes longer than that.
Okay, you didn't get a question, and you were next, I think.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. My question is, do we have any plan to prevent future crash or future accident? Do we have any like to reform the the airport control to calm those people who are flying in the next few days? And also, how long the rescue is gonna last? Are we gonna stop rescue after tomorrow 11 a.m.? It's like divers team, because they are still in the golden hours now.
No, I mean, I think you just heard the chief said we're going to be out there as long as it takes, and we're obviously trying to get to people as soon as possible, but we are going to recover our fellow citizens. Yes.
This is for the Chief and Secretary Duffy. How do you balance the search and rescue operation with preserving the scene for the investigation that's now underway?
So from the fire department's point of view, we are always going to put people first. But I don't think that I think our operations, because we have a unified command, we are all working together, and the NTSB is in contact with us, and we will work together to make sure that if there's crucial evidence that it's preserved. And that's something we do every day with our police department on crime scenes and things. So life comes first, and everything else is after that.
Okay, last question. Yeah.
Secretary Duffy, I just want to ask, I know it's early, but are there any immediate actions you think the FAA should take to prevent helicopters and commercial airplanes from getting too close to one another?
So obviously there'll be a review of what happened here tonight. And after the FAA studies what happened, we will take appropriate action if necessary to modify flight paths and permissions.
Do you have any more details about the helicopter mission with the Black Hawk? And Mayor Bowser, have you heard directly from President Trump?
I spoke with the President's National Security Advisor, and I have not talked to the President yet, and I do not know what the mission was. So let me close by saying again, thank you to the members of the press to help us get information out to the families. The American Airlines number is 800-679-8215. 800-679-8215. And I expect the airport will likely provide additional information in the morning. Thank you.
Between two aircraft approaching the airport here as we were taxiing out. At this time, the airport has been shut down indefinitely to allow for the crash fire rescue folks to do their job.
It looks like a flash of fire, and we didn't understand what was happening. It could have been me.
We just saw lights everywhere, and we didn't know what happened, and then all of a sudden people started picking it up on the internet, and friends were calling to see if they were okay.
It was pretty scary because we missed it by maybe 45 minutes. We were safe, so just terrible.
Right now on Get Up DC, we are following major breaking news near Reagan National Airport. Hundreds of first responders have been assisting in rescue efforts all night long after a passenger jet crashed into the Potomac River late last night. Here is a live look at the scene right now.
The plane went down after colliding mid-air with an Army Black Hawk helicopter. You can take a look at this video from EarthCam here. Disturbing video. You can see when the two aircraft make contact. Good morning to you. I'm Allison Seymour. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Annie Yu.
And I'm Wisdom Martin. Here's what we know so far. The plane was coming from Wichita, Kansas, and operated by American Airlines. The collision happened as the plane was trying to land at the airport. And according to the Associated Press News, the helicopter was conducting a training flight. Now, we're told 60 passengers and 4 crew were on board the plane when it went down.
In the last 30 minutes, we learned that several members from the U.S. figure skating team had been on that plane. The organization says athletes, coaches, also family members were all returning home from a figure skating championship that was held in Wichita. CBS News is reporting that 18 bodies have already been pulled from the water. Let's take another live look here at these pictures. There it is right there. Search and rescue efforts have been going on as soon as this happened, just before 9 o'clock last night. We understand there were a total of 64 people on board the passenger plane, the American Airlines plane, and less than a handful on the Black Hawk helicopter when it collided. But again, CBS News reporting that so far 18 bodies have been recovered.
Yeah, and this is a situation where these are the pictures that we're talking about of the damage that was left after this horrific crash. So the airport, we know that the airport, Reagan National Airport, is closed until at least until 11 o'clock today as they continue the search mission here. We also know that the parts of the airport around the airport, so it's difficult to get there, and that there were people who were, excuse me, at the airport at the time. Now, the big thing was to try to, get the people were scrambling to get out of the airport. All the flights have been grounded, so there was really nowhere for them to go. So they had to come up with a plan. There were buses put in place to get the people who were remaining at the airport. Also, Metro stayed open late. We just listened to a press conference from the mayor, NTSB, and some other officials as well, talking about the search and rescue efforts here. Again, just after 9 o'clock, American Airlines flight from Wichita to DCA, flight number 5342, which was an American Eagle subsidiary with 4 crew members and 60 passengers on board, crashed into a Black Hawk helicopter with 3 people on board that helicopter. And that's where things stand right now. They are continuing to search the water, trying to recover whatever they can at this hour.
You mentioned the press conference. We've already heard from multiple leaders, including Kansas Senators Jerry Moran, Roger Marshall. We heard from the D.C. mayor, also from the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Of course, the focus now becoming the search and rescue efforts and this investigation. The big question looming is, how did this happen? We just showed you that video at the top of this hour. That's the big question, is how did this happen? That is all part of the investigation. This is going to be days, weeks long, months long, possibly. But right now, the focus is really on recovery and search. Crews working hard overnight in these just unimaginable conditions. It's dark, it's cold. There are hundreds of personnel out there just working so hard under grim conditions.
Searching very dark water in the Potomac River for as they continue their search and recovery. And you spoke about the days, and this will take weeks even. And we know, we've seen accidents like this before, collisions like this before. We know that the NTSB and other organizations take their time to make sure that they have all the pieces together. The fire chief here in town calling this a highly complex operation. So yes, we are just beginning to see what happened here in this terrible collision. In the meantime, we do have team coverage all morning long as we work to piece together exactly what went wrong.
Let's start with Leslie Moreno, who is live on the Potomac. Leslie, good morning to you. What have you learned so far? What's the latest at this hour?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, we've been out here since about 10:30. There's been quite a bit of movement here. I do want to point you here behind me. You can see we are at the boat and the headquarters here where crews have set up off of South Capitol. To my left here, this is where we've seen several boats coming and going. We're about 3.5 miles north from that crash site where that airplane collided. To my right here, if you zoom in there, we have a white bus there that has been set up there. That is a mass casualty bus that is typically used when there are, these sort of incidents where there are mass casualties. This is where, again, those victims, those survivors will be brought to my right here. In the last about hour and a half or so, these red tents have gone up here. This is where crews will be coming to clean off that jet fuel. We know they've been in those waters searching all through the night. So again, a lot going on here. It's a little bit difficult to see because we're across the street and they're blocked off here. But this is where crews are coming as well. If there are any injuries with crews, this is where they'll be coming, as well as those victims. We did see 3 hours ago, we saw a boat with some sort of tarp covering it. Again, difficult to see, but this is where those victims or those survivors will be coming to. So crews are set up here, and I'm sure they'll be. We're going to see more activity here through the morning as they start recovering those bodies and those victims. We're going to toss it back to you guys for now. But yeah, crews here on standby, ready for whatever they may be needed.
Leslie, I don't know if you can see it from your vantage point. We did see a quick glimpse of a boat moving. Do you have any indication exactly what they're doing or how many boats there are? I know it's a massive response here, but do we have any indication of what these boats are doing and how many there are out there?
Yeah, I can tell you we saw about 4, maybe 5 boats that were coming and going. One of them we did see, it was a fire boat. We couldn't really see too much. Like I mentioned, one of them had some sort of tarp covering. It's very hard to see. We're trying to zoom in as close as we can. But again, this is where you can see right there past that yellow tape there. Those boats, that's where we've seen the most activity throughout the night. Those crews coming and going. We haven't really heard from crews since about 10:30 when we were asked to move here across the street, but a lot of movement. Just unsure right now of what or who is coming here.
And we heard from officials during the presser that the water in this part of the Potomac is about 8 feet deep. It's very icy, it's dark, so hopefully as we get more daylight, efforts will become a little easier, but just really, really tough conditions out there. Leslie Moreno reporting live for us with the latest. Thank you.
This morning, we are starting to learn a little bit more about how air officials responded to this collision.
And we know the emergency response began sometime around 9 p.m. Our chief investigative reporter, Eric Flack, joining us now with more, Eric, on the initial response from air traffic controllers.
And what a chaotic scene, Annie, it must have been. I mean, you think about how busy that Washington, D.C. Reagan National Airport is already. It's a smaller airport compared to some of your larger cities, but so many different flights coming and going, and then you mix in the military traffic that is always happening around the area. You've got Park Police helicopters, you've got DC Police helicopters, so much air traffic that's going on around that area. The communication, whether or not it happened, what communication happened between air traffic control and the pilots on board these 2 aircrafts is going to be key to this investigation. Overnight, we are getting new audio into our newsroom that shows exactly what air traffic controllers said and heard and how they reacted in real time as this collision happened.
American 472 Washington, 1 star, 32017.
Oh my God, The stunned words of someone in the background of air traffic control audio recorded as American Airlines Flight 5342 collides with a military helicopter, sending both aircraft and almost 70 people into the Potomac River.
I just saw a fireball and then it was just gone. So I haven't seen anything since they hit the river, but it was a CRJ and a helicopter that hit. I would say maybe a half mile off the approach end of 33.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Yes, all runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
Ian Pachetnik is Director of Communications at Flight Radar 24, a global flight tracking service. We're already hearing from family members who are right there at the airport waiting for their loved ones. From the data, how close was this commercial airliner to landing?
The aircraft was seconds from landing. So the collision happened at approximately 300 feet. So this is seconds from landing as they crossed the Potomac, and the runway threshold is at the river's edge. So the aircraft is very close to landing. It was on final approach. It was lined up with runway 33, and it was ready to touch down.
And yet, just seconds from landing, something catastrophic happened. How?
That's a great question, and one that investigators will be looking to answer. We know that the two aircraft collided. The main question then becomes, why did they come into contact? Why were they that close together? And then, as with all safety and air accident investigations, the main goal of the accident investigation is to prevent this from ever happening again.
Yeah, just so many questions that still need to be answered about what happened overnight and late last night. And keep in mind, guys, what that expert said. This plane, this passenger plane, was just seconds from landing safely there at Reagan National Airport. The passengers on board, the pilot, could likely see that runway just as that impact happened. Just heartbreaking.
Right.
Horrible to think of.
And Eric, we know that in 2024 they were talking about adding flights to this airport. It's the 24th busiest in the nation. We know it was already busy. Does this pass? Any of those paths? Did that have anything to do? Was there any connection to this flight path with what went on today?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Wisdom. Now, if you remember that one of those senators from Kansas talked about how this Wichita flight path, which is right here behind me, from Wichita, Kansas, right there, to Washington, D.C., was just added about a year ago, according to that senator, which may lead many people to wonder, well, did that have anything to do with the ongoing fight last year associated with the FAA Reauthorization Act and 5 new routes that senators and congresspeople were lobbying and debating? Many wanted it. Many wanted additional flight paths to this already very crowded D.C. Reagan National Airport. Others said it was a bad idea because of a history of near misses, which we have reported on dating back to 2023, incidents where flights came very close, aircraft came very close to colliding, but did not. This was the worst case scenario. We did do some research, did some digging overnight, and found out that in fact none of those flights which were being debated, those additional flight paths that were ultimately added to Reagan National Airport late in 2024, had anything to do with this Wichita direct route that ended up fatefully colliding with that military chopper and ending up in the Potomac late last night. In fact, we checked some of the websites of the airlines that got those direct routes. We can't tell that any of the flights that were added late last year in that legislation are even up and running yet, meaning those additional routes may not even be in service yet. But we can confirm that the flight that ended up colliding with that military chopper late last night was in fact not one of the flights that they were debating to add as part of that ongoing debate and the concerns over near misses there at DCA Reagan National Airport. Guys?
Just tragedy.
Eric, I just want to hear your thoughts on this. Even though this was not a part of that, and you speak to the near misses, I suspect that this issue will arise again on Capitol Hill among members of Congress.
And my question, and I'm going to tell you right here at 3:17 in the morning, just hours after this happened, I don't know the answer, and we're going to have to find it out. Is there any way they're going to roll this back and roll the additional flights that they ended up adding late as part of this FAA Reauthorization Act? Mm-hmm. Clearly, it's an ongoing issue. Clearly, an incident like this is going to have everybody rethinking the amount of traffic. Right. Again, this was an ongoing problem. You've had myself and other journalists here at WUSA 9 reporting on your own show about near misses, and we've heard the audio recordings of the air traffic controllers and the pilots who report incidents that they thought could have ended up tragically just like this. In those cases, the worst did not happen. Overnight, late last night, the worst did happen. Now, obviously, this involved a military helicopter, and there could be, factors there that wouldn't normally factor into some of these other commercial flights so much. We still need to learn. Guys.
Absolutely, that being the X factor there on what we understand to be a training flight out of Fort Belvoir. Am I correct in that?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, so yeah, lots more to unpack in this specific case. We also heard from the president overnight questioning why something like this would happen. As you mentioned earlier, we heard from other elected officials, both from Kansas and, of course, right here, this happening in our backyard, very reminiscent of another flight years ago that crashed into the Potomac. Feels eerily similar to that.
Yes, and of course, everyone across the country watching all of this unfold and, happening right here in the nation's capital at one of the busiest airports in the country. Hundreds of flights in and out daily, as Eric said. So we are waiting for further updates, but at the moment, what we do know is that 64 passengers were on board that American Airlines flight, and 18 bodies have been recovered so far.
Right. 3 on that Black Hawk, 4 crew and 60 passengers that flight, American Eagle flight 5342. You mentioned how busy Reagan normally is. Reagan National, it will be closed to flights until 11 a.m. this morning as rescue efforts continue. And that's where we find our Alexis Wainwright. She's been there all evening and joins us now this morning. Alexis, what can you tell us?
Well, good morning, guys. I could tell you that we learned during that press conference that over 300 personnel have been responding to the situation. That also includes several other neighboring communities like Prince George's County. We know Fairfax County, along with Arlington as well, have been helping assist with this. Now, we are in Terminal 1, and from my viewpoint, within the last 15 minutes, some of those crews we saw when we initially got here, we saw some movement on the runway with them. So a lot of them still actively adapting to the situation as it fluidly changes. Now, we're here in Terminal 1. I do want to walk over here so we can show you that emergency message that we saw when we first got here to the airport. If you take a look at this board, we've seen them throughout the airport. It tells people that due to the emergency situation, all flights are being held on the airfield. This is reminding people that the airport is closed at the moment. You're not going to be able to get into the airport at this moment, but something that you guys mentioned and something we want to emphasize and remind people is that the airport is closed until 11 a.m., so you're not going to be able to get in until that time. But obviously, because this is a fluid situation, that time could change. But that is the moment at this hour, what we know. Now, during that press conference, we also heard more about how tough this situation is for first responders who are out there. We've heard about the Potomac River, how it's 8 feet deep, also how dark it is out there. There's not a lot of lighting. So there's a lot that they have to work through with this rescue mission. Now, we heard from DC Fire Chief. We actually want to toss to some sound what we heard from him during that press conference.
I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This response includes first the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority's Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police and fire boats. We have a mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe.
So again, you can hear all the things that they are trying to work through with this mission. It does take a lot of time. They are asking for people to give them space as they work through all of this. They know a lot of people are concerned, but they're asking them for extra time and space as they work through all of this. We can also tell you that we know there is a reunification area here at the airport. There's a phone number that we want to share. That number is 800-679-8215. Anyone loved ones who are concerned about their members who might have been on that flight, you're asked to call that phone number so you can get more information on exactly where they are or what is known at this hour. So a lot still working here. We know that there are going to be a couple of hours until crews know much more information, so we expect another press conference here at the airport. Once they get that information, of course, we'll relay that to you. But right now, what we know is that the airport will reopen at 11 a.m., and they're asking people to give them extra space as they work through all of this right now. So we'll stick here, get much more information, and update you guys as we learn more. But for now, reporting live at Reagan, Alexis Wainwright, WUSA 9.
Alexis, thank you so much.
Alexis speaks to the phone number. That is the number that the mayor and local officials were urging anyone who might have had a loved one on that flight, again, American Airlines flight 5342, to call that number. This is not only affecting, of course, where the plane departed from, Wichita, but also keep in mind that they were flying here, some living here back home. We heard from the U.S. Figure Skating organization confirming that several members of the skating community were actually coming to D.C. Circumstances still unknown or unclear at this point, but we know that several members were on board. These include athletes, coaches, also family members, some returning home from the National Development Camp that was held out in Wichita, Kansas. So just an unimaginable pain,
tragedy,
heartbreak,
yes.
right.
Right.
That families are going through right now. The question is, how did this happen? Where are their loved ones? So many questions to unpack here, but here's the statement for you. It is unclear exactly how many members were on board, but obviously this is an unspeakable tragedy unfolding this morning.
So we have we know that this is a unified command situation where as you look at the statement right here and the 800 number that was just up on the screen again, that number 800-679-8215 if you are looking for some information about your family member or friend. They have also set up a room at the airport for people to go to. There are counselors that have been sent there as well, so that people will have a place to go to at the airport as they try to figure things out. I talked about the unified command because Maryland, Virginia, D.C., and a lot of federal agencies are coming together, as they often do in situations like this because of the region that we are in, with resources, trying to help out in the rescue and to do whatever they can to try to figure out, number one, what happened, and to rescue or research and rescue in this situation out there in that water in the cold. So yeah.
I mean, and the impact is not just here locally, but of course in Wichita, Kansas as well. We've also heard from the White House. Last night, President Trump posted on Truth Social, what a terrible night this has been. God bless you all. The airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It is a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented, and in big capital letters, not good. So the message is clear from President Trump, taking to Truth Social this morning. We also heard from Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. He posted this message on X. I have been briefed by our emergency management team and Virginia State Police about the tragic crash at Reagan National Airport tonight. Extensive resources are fully supporting the search and rescue efforts. First responders from across Northern Virginia, D.C., and Maryland mobilized quickly. I ask everyone to pray for the passengers, crews, their families, and brave first responders. Also, Maryland Governor Wes Moore sharing a statement. It reads, "We are closely monitoring the aviation collision incident that occurred earlier this evening near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. The state of Maryland and local authorities are engaged in response. The Maryland Department of Emergency Management has raised its Emergency Operations Center to enhanced status in support. The Maryland State Police have deployed divers to the scene to assist with rescue missions. Police are also on the scene. There are no operational restrictions on BWI at this time. We will continue to provide updates as more information becomes available." So what we clearly see is the local community, also local leaders coming together at a time of great need to support the mission, and that is the search and rescue efforts at this point moving forward.
We often say the DMV, we throw that around quite casually. That's where we live. But in times like this, we do see the cooperation between the district and the Commonwealth of Virginia and the state of Maryland. As we have mentioned, this plane was inbound at Reagan coming in, but it was coming from Wichita, Kansas. And we've heard from the governor of Kansas. You see her there, Governor Laura Kelly. And last night, she posted on X saying, "I am aware that a plane inbound from Wichita was involved in a crash at Reagan National Airport. I am actively in contact with authorities. My thoughts go out to those involved. I will share more information as it becomes available." And it did leave from Wichita, and the mayor of Wichita, Kansas, also shared a statement on Facebook. In it, that reads, "Just received a call from an American Airlines spokesperson who confirmed that there was an incident involving the flight from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C. But at that point, no additional information at this time. They will keep me informed with the latest. Please pray for all involved." And about 3 hours later, she added, "A media briefing will be held at 8 a.m. today." She said tomorrow, Thursday, so it's under 5 hours from now. City staff continue to monitor the situation in D.C. For those outside of our community, the briefing will be streamed on the city's YouTube channel. So we see all coming together. And I know we mentioned President Trump's statement here, but also do want to remember that 3 soldiers out of Fort Belvoir were on that Army Black Hawk helicopter. It was carrying the 3 soldiers in that training operation. So not quite sure how it all unfolded, how this collision happened at this time, but we definitely want to remember them as well as we talk about all involved. Right now, rescue teams and divers, they're searching the Potomac for survivors. And this morning, we're learning about how the river's temperatures are affecting those who are in the water.
That's right. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says the river was 36 degrees Fahrenheit. That's just 4 degrees above the freezing point. So obviously, this is very cold conditions that officials are working in. And Topper, if you can share some thoughts on this.
I got a different number. I got a temperature of 42 degrees on the river, but it really doesn't matter because you have about 30 to 90 minutes before hypothermia sets in. So that's not good. Now, we had some big winds yesterday, 50, 60 mile per hour winds. The highest wind recorded at National was 43 miles per hour. The advisory was dropped at 6 p.m. So at 9 o'clock, yes, there may have been a gust around the time of the crash. I don't think that had anything to do with it. The gust was probably under 25. Right now, we have winds of 10 miles per hour. So winds really have not been a factor for some time. Still a little bit gusty north and west of town, the mountains, but wind's not really a huge factor. Temperatures, not great. Still 44 at the airport. It's falling in the 30s north and west. Imagine if this were last week. It would have been like 14 degrees with more ice on the river. So 44 for an air temperature right now. So let's talk about the flight path. Eric showed you this coming in from Wichita, and then what it is. So we have the Air Force Base here. We have one also down to the south, and there is the airport. So the flight came in, went south of the airport, and then looped around and was going to land on runway 33. 33, you're landing into the wind, okay? At a northwest wind, you generally want to land or take off into the wind, and that was the runway. And they were very, very close to that runway, probably within a mile. So Potomac River, about 42 degrees, and there we are. There's the runway, and again, it's a wide part of the river, yes, but in terms of, air travel, it's just a matter of seconds before you could actually make it to runway 33. So they were under a mile from the runway, and indications are they were only about 400 or 800 feet above the surface. And I was talking to Eric Flack. There are crash avoidance systems, but the military doesn't have to turn theirs on. So we don't know if that was on and it didn't work, or if it was off and it had no chance of working. Commercial airliners have to turn them on, but the military does not. And that was a training exercise, so I don't know. Any questions?
Hopper, I have a question for you. We heard from emergency crews earlier during one of the earlier press conferences. They really spoke to the conditions of the water and how dangerous it is, but also just how challenging it's been. We're talking choppy, windy conditions. Can you speak to that? Because yesterday we actually had some gusty winds, but how's that playing into the search and rescue efforts?
The Potomac River, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but it was a non-navigable river. It was so bad, that's why they built the C&O Canal. So there are a ton of currents also in the river at any given day, whether it's January or August. So that's something that they're working against. And yes, cold temperatures, again, I'm sure they're in wetsuits, but if you're not in a wetsuit, again, it's 30 to 90 minutes in that icy water. And so, yes, I think the good news is the winds have died down, but it doesn't really matter. It's still miserable with temperatures in the low 40s and water temperatures upper 30s to low 40s. And it's dark. Much like a tornado outbreak, I think by the light of day, we'll be able to tell a lot more about this disaster, but in the dark, it's tough.
And Topper, you also talked about, you and I were talking about this, the temperatures were actually warmer than they have been the past couple of days because you were talking about how the ice had thawed out. So that made it a better situation for the divers to actually get into the water.
A little bit, and I think the air temperature also is a little bit. If it happened last week, we would have been in the probably 15 to 20 degree range. Much like when the truck went over the Memorial Bridge, it was snowing, and there was more ice in the Potomac, and it was about 28 degrees. So yes, 42 degrees, 38 degrees. In terms of how you survive in that water temperature, not much difference. But the good news is air temperature is at least above freezing, and the winds have at least subsided. So, All
right. All right, Topper, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you a little bit later on. But moments ago, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser posted this message on X tonight as our first responders continue their efforts. We're sending our love and prayers to the families, loved ones, and communities who are experiencing loss during this terrible tragedy. We will provide our next briefing at 7:30 a.m. at DCA. It will be live on this account. That's from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser.
She's been front and center there with the briefings that we got a lot of information about, because when situations happen like this, you're just hoping and grasping for something to try to make sense of what is going on. Just a terrible tragedy for everyone to be waking up to, going to sleep to last night knowing that this happened. And look, if you've been living in the DMV for a while, you know that this crash does bring back some painful memories from January of 1982. You'll remember that's when an Air Florida flight crashed into the 14th Street Bridge over the then again icy Potomac River.
It happened just moments after takeoff. 78 people died in that crash. 5 survivors were pulled from the plane's wreckage in the frozen Potomac River. In that case, the crash was caused by insufficient de-icing.
Now, the last fatal crash involving a U.S. commercial airline occurred 15 years ago near Buffalo, New York. A Continental Airlines flight operated by Colgan Air crashed into a house. Now, everyone on board that plane died. That included 45 passengers, 2 pilots, and 2 flight attendants. Another person on the ground also died, bringing the total death toll to 50. An investigation determined that the captain accidentally caused the plane to stall as it approached Buffalo's airport.
Well, a massive response right now as crews work to search and rescue victims of that passenger airplane colliding again with that Black Hawk helicopter that happening last night just before 9 p.m.
Our Jacqueline Quinn is live right now near where the rescue crews are working to recover the victims. It's a search and rescue effort at this point.
Yeah, and I just want to let you know where we're standing. It's close to Nats Park, but you see this massive operation going on, and I'll start with where the boats are coming in and out. I think the crew here has told us that about 4 to 5 boats have come through here, and then as we pan over, you can see this is the area where you see a lot of the lights. That's the mass casualty bus, in case, a lot of people have to be transported. That's been stationary. That can also support some of the first responders here on the scene. And then as we pan further, that area is the decontamination tents. You have to keep in mind here that these divers, they've been going to waters that is probably full of a lot of the jet fuel that was on board that plane. So we know, again, just very active right now. A lot of people, a big response from multiple agencies. And I'll talk about those agencies here right now. The Airport Fire, DC Fire, the Park Service, about 300 responders when we last heard at the press conference, and they are requesting more help through local, state, and federal agencies. So far, CBS News has reported that they've learned about 18 bodies have been recovered. We've spoken to some here waiting for loved ones earlier. Those passengers that they said they're just, at this point, trying to figure out what has happened to them. No names released yet. Now, the U.S. Figure Skating Organization has confirmed there were members on board that plane. I'll go briefly over their statement. The U.S. Figure Skating Organization, again, saying that they had skating community members on that American Airlines flight 5342, which collided with a helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. They say these athletes, coaches, and family members were returning from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. They are devastated by this unspeakable tragedy. And as we mentioned earlier, President Trump is aware. Now, there is a number that has been set up for the families. There's also a lounge there at DCA for the families waiting for their friends, loved ones. I'll go over that number. That's 1-800-679-8215. Now, we've also learned at this time that all aircraft at this point has been diverted, and that is to stay in place until at least 11 a.m. But we're going to continue to be here on the scene and watch the recovery efforts here. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
You talked about the joint effort there as well, and we do know that NTSB is taking the lead on this because there were civilians involved. The military, there was military involvement in this, obviously, so they will work under the NTSB with all their resources as well, trying to get to the bottom of this. So thank you, Jacqueline Quinn, for that report. Now, we had a press conference earlier where we had NTSB, we had DC's mayor there, we had the fire chief there, and we also had some senators from Kansas. Senator Moran from Kansas, who was on the Aviation Committee, the subcommittee for aviation as well, talked about how tragic this was because he had been on this route several times, and how he had lobbied for a direct flight from Wichita to Washington, D.C., and how he felt like because it was Wichita, there's no doubt that there's a personal connection between him and the people that were on that plane because it was Wichita, Kansas. So he talked a lot about that as well, personal circumstances and how he had been in contact with NTSB, the people in Kansas, and a number of different agencies that are involved in this investigation.
Just a tragedy. We're hearing statements also from the CEO of American Airlines. Of course, we know the nuts and bolts of it, but these are real people. These are people on these flights. These are people who, booked these flights thinking that they were going to get to their destination. We know some of the people on board were athletes, U.S. figure skating, confirming several members of their skating community, including their family and coaches. So a short time ago, we did hear from the CEO of American Airlines with a statement about what happened with that Eagle flight 5342. Let's take a listen.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines Care Team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families.
Just heartbreaking. Him, summing it up with just expressing deep sorrows, and it's just heartbreaking to think that this plane was almost safe. This was almost on the ground. People waiting to receive their loved ones. They were almost there, and I don't know whether that makes it better or worse, but it is just so tragic to think about them being just moments from safety there on the ground. So as we still try to figure out what happened here, and that we are just beginning. The NTSB is just beginning, and we know that they are so careful when they go through tragedies like this. So not sure what kind of solid answers we will get. Also, not sure if we have heard from the Army yet about any statements about what they're saying, but we have yet to hear. This, of course, a very pivotal part and a very crucial part of this puzzle into what went wrong last night on approach to Reagan National Airport. We do know that we're looking now at what's going on in that top box there. You'll see those flashing lights. That's all the rescue efforts. That's right, some 300 personnel there on site after this happened. We're seeing on the left exactly where the search area is. You can see that in that red dot there, of course, right there in the Potomac River, and just how close it is to that runway 33 there at Reagan.
Between D.C. and Virginia.
Yeah. And to recap what happened as we take a look at these pictures right here, this was it was just before 9 p.m. last night. American Airlines flight from Wichita to DCA, flight number 5342, which is an American Airlines subsidiary. We heard the CEO say that. By the way, he is on his way to Washington, D.C. As well. 4 crew on board, 60 passengers. 3 on board that military helicopter. CBS News is reporting that 18 bodies are out of the water, or that they have recovered 18 bodies out of the water at this point. It is DCA is the 24th. We talked to Topper about these this earlier. It's the 24th busiest airport in the nation. There are 3 runways. This happened on runway. The official runway number is 1533, but if you're in that plane and you see the number, it would be 33. Northwest is the direction and where the wind was coming from, and Topper talked about how the wind plays a part in how they decide which direction they're going to come in as well. So because as he said, you want to land into the wind as well.
Right. No doubt this is one of the country's busiest airports, hundreds of flights in and out daily. At the airport, you can imagine family members, likely, family members of the victims gathering there, wondering what is going on. You see that number on your screen, 1-800-679-8215. That is the number that officials would like for you to call if you had a loved one on board flight 5342 American Airlines. We understand the airport will remain shut. This is Reagan National, will remain shut until now 11 a.m. Thursday. Initially, that timeline was a bit longer, but while we don't have official information right now from officials on the exact number of the bodies recovered, as Wisdom mentioned, CBS News is reporting that 18 bodies have been recovered this morning. Of course, they are looking for any potential survivors at this point, and we are awaiting to hear from officials as far as an official fatality count. But just a somber mood, I imagine, at Reagan National, and just a heartbreaking tragedy unfolding here in the nation's capital.
I believe that we have some sound or some just firsthand account of what people saw from this horrible tragedy, if we want to share some of that now.
It looked like a flash of fire, and we didn't understand what was happening. The person sitting next to me just said, "What's that?" And the next thing we started seeing ambulance, started seeing firefighters, everybody just rushing, and the whole place was...
And the police car too.
Yes.
We just heard sound from some people who were able to see what actually happened, the explosion as it happened. I want to talk a little bit more about the investigation because NTSB, this is what they do. There are lots of questions that over the next coming days, months, to find out what exactly happened. In regards to what's going on with the air traffic controllers, we've been talking about how busy the airport is. There's lots of questions about how busy the airport is. They look into protocol, they look into procedure, they listen to the flight recording decks, they talk to witnesses. There's a lot that goes into an investigation of this magnitude when you're talking about a commercial flight and a military helicopter crashing into each other at Reagan National Airport. So there's a lot of work to be done here.
Yes, and we know from years past, I mean, some of these investigations could last even months, maybe even a year before we actually find out exactly what happened. But that is the big question. How did this happen? If we could show that video of the flights kind of coming together, you could clearly see those big bright lights. There is no doubt that they are going to carefully look at this video. Also, Eric spoke to the air traffic control audio, so it's going to be a long road ahead.
We know that both aircraft are right now in the water. We do know that in this case, it really just strikes me as a different animal, that there was this helicopter on this training mission here. So it is interesting to see how all the parties involved will come together to try to figure out what went wrong here and what happened. This is really a tragedy on a whole nother scale, to lose 64 people on one flight and just so very close to the area. We do know that Reagan is closed to all flights, as you can imagine. And if you're coming out of Reagan or you have a flight, flights are being diverted to Dulles. But please be patient. Let the first responders really do their jobs, because again, I think sometimes what gets lost is that these are 64, actually, including the 3 on the helicopter. So these, the soldiers out of Fort Belvoir, these are real human beings that are not going home again. So if your flight was out of Reagan, just know it's closed to 4 flights until 11 a.m. this morning, which I think is an amazing turnaround, considering that this happened right before 9 last night. To be up and running is for me pretty miraculous, as this search does continue in the Potomac River. And you're looking there, Annie, at the video that you called for here. It is it's heartbreaking to see, because you're seeing the moment here right before this panic and tragedy, the devastation.
And if you look even closer, you can see this happening at 8:47 last night, 8:48, just before 9 o'clock. As I was saying, if you look closer at that video, you could see there are plenty of cars driving by. This was a time where many people possibly coming home from work, going out to dinner, what have you. So as a witness to see this happening, I mean, at the time, you have no idea what's happening, the unimaginable unfolding in front of you. But now we know exactly what happened, which is a American Airlines flight colliding with a military Black Hawk chopper just before 9 o'clock last night. Colliding into the Potomac River below.
And that's created this massive response, and this response from Maryland, Virginia, even Baltimore, lending their hand to assist in the search and recovery efforts. We watched the press conference earlier with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, where she was with NTSB, the Transportation Secretary, the senators from Kansas, and they all talked about how Maryland, Virginia, Baltimore, they have people in the water. They have the Coast Guard is out there to assist as well, trying to do the best they can in the recovery efforts, considering how dark it is out there and considering how cold it is. I mean, it's warmer than it's been, but it's still cold to get down in that water and do this. To do this work to try to recover these bodies. Also
keeping us informed, we can see on the mayor's social media telling everyone that the next press briefing will be at 7:30. So they're very conscious of the fact that, as you said, witnesses, people just trying to drive home, people in the area, is Reagan safe? What time is it going to open? What happened here? There will be another press briefing, and of course we will bring that right to you at 7:30 when it happens. We did say that Reagan National is closed to flights until 11 a.m. this morning as those rescue efforts continue, and that's where we find our Marcella Robertson this morning. Marcella.
Yeah, good morning to you guys. I can tell you that it really is just a heartbreaking situation here. As I was driving up to the airport, very kind of an eerie feeling. You see the huge line of first responders. All of the entrances to the airport are blocked off right now, so keep that in mind as well. And then you pull up and you see a completely empty airport. We know how busy Reagan typically gets, and you have empty terminals. You have, essentially no traffic in and around this airport, and so just really gives you a sense of the scope of the tragedy that we are dealing with here. Again, you had mentioned Mayor Bowser just put out information that we're expecting another briefing here from officials in about 3.5 hours at 7:30 this morning. So we'll certainly bring you the latest live there. We heard from officials just after midnight, and it really just difficult to kind of wrap our heads around the tragedy here. I can tell you that we are all staged in Terminal 1, the media, and all of the screens throughout the airport. They talk about the emergency situation that is ongoing right now. All of the flights are being held, as you mentioned. 11 a.m. at the earliest is when we can expect things to potentially resume. But of course, keep in mind, if you are flying out of Reagan today, that all of that is really fluid and could change at any time. We do know that the CEO of American Airlines, he had posted on X earlier last night, I should say, and that he is on his way to Washington, D.C. So it is unclear right now if we are expecting to hear from him during that press conference as well. But I do also want to mention that there were so many other flights in the air during that time, and we are told that about 19 of them were actually diverted to Dulles. Some of the others were able to land during, when this incident happened. They were able to land here at DCA, and really just imagine how shaken up a lot of those passengers were that say the reality is that it could have been any of their flights. And so I think that is really hard for people to grasp here. Of course, the families that are still in a different part of the airport right now, waiting for some answers, certainly holding on to hope, but certainly waiting for some answers about their loved ones. And then, of course, when we talk about the conditions that the first responders are dealing with right now, again, we're here in the airport. There's a line of windows. You can see the line of cars and first responders and the lights flashing. And we know that they are certainly up against some very tough and difficult conditions right now with the wind, the cold temperatures, the icy waters. And so, I think all of the focus right now, while we talk about the investigation, is focusing on the families, potential survivors, that, rescue efforts are still underway, and really thinking about the families who are waiting for answers here at the airport this morning.
All right, Marcella Robertson, thank you very much for that. During an earlier press conference, we were also told that American Airlines had set up a lounge at the airport for families, and that's where they had sent the families and families and friends, and sent counselors as well, as they try to figure out what actually happened here. So we'll do a quick recap, and then we're going to hear from someone. Just before 9 p.m. last night, American Airlines flight from Wichita, Kansas to DCA, flight number 5342, which is an American Airlines subsidiary, crashed into a military helicopter from Fort Belvoir. 4 crew members on board, 60 passengers.
I was just going to say the collision, we're not sure because did the helicopter clip the plane, or, I think all those things we're trying to figure out.
It was a mid-air collision.
Right, mid-air collision.
CBS News reporting 18 bodies so far have been recovered from the water. And what we want to do now is we want to listen to an aviation expert by the name of Greg Feith. Here's what he had to say about what just happened.
Investigators are really bringing the process of investigation together. The NTSB in conjunction with the FAA, and then parties that will be assigned by the NTSB to assist in the investigation, which will include the military. All of these people who are going to participate in the process are beginning not only to come together, but initial information is being collected or at least secured, because there is volatile evidence that can disappear, especially electronic and that kind of thing. So the process of investigation has already started, even though search and rescue is still going on. And video and trying to get a handle on at least some preliminary information, radio communications, radar data, that can start to give investigators at least an idea, a pathway for the investigation.
Yeah, and Greg, with that radio communication and flight data, how quickly should they have some idea of what may have gone wrong here? Are we talking just a couple of minutes, a couple of hours?
When you look at the investigative process, unfortunately, we live in a society of instant gratification. We want to know now.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that while things are obvious as far as evidence and radio communication and radar data, you have to understand what the backstory is. What was going on? I mean, there's a lot of questions to be asked. This was a military training flight. So were they in constant communication? Of course, they were probably talking to the tower controllers at Reagan National Airport. They were given instruction. They lifted off or may have been transiting through the area. Were they on night vision goggles? Did that restrict their vision? So now you have the military side. The commercial side, you have this RJ who basically I pulled some data, and it looks like they were already established on final and were at an altitude of about 400 feet above the ground when the collision occurred. So the question is, where did the helicopter strike the aircraft? Because from the video, it looks like the RJ is already established on final, and that the helicopter flew into most likely the back end of the aircraft, because it doesn't look like there was any kind of evasive action taken by either pilot.
Greg, could you tell, by looking at this video, I mean, obviously we don't know yet, but there are lots of questions. What do you see in that video that perhaps the layperson may not understand?
Well, again, because it is, a video shot from far away. If you look at the very bright light, that is presumably the RJ. When you're on approach coming into any airport, in this case, Washington National, you have all of your landing lights on. That's for visibility, especially at night. So when you look out, you know that, okay, there's an aircraft, rather than just trying to see the red and white position and the red, white, and green position lights. So you have the landing lights on. The brighter light is presumably the RJ. The smaller light moving from left to right, looks like a strobe, is presumably the Black Hawk helicopter. And you can see that there is no evasive action. It doesn't look like there's a change in position of the Black Hawk, and there definitely isn't a change in position of the regional jet. Now, there is some preliminary air traffic control chatter, radio communications that somebody has pulled down and sent to me. It hasn't been validated, but it does sound like maybe the military aircraft pilots were told to pass behind the regional jet. If that is true, then the question is, how did they really misjudge their position relative to the regional jet? And were they wearing night vision goggles? What was their purpose and mission? Where were they looking? All of these are going to be questions that hopefully can get answers either from the flight data recorder and or the cockpit voice recorder on the regional jet, and then through air traffic control communications in general.
Hey, Greg, just a quick follow-up to what you just shared with us. Based on what we're seeing and what you just said, it does not sound like that the pilots of that regional jet had a lot of time to react.
And again, that's why after all of the search and rescue activities are done and victim recovery is conducted, the next step is wreckage recovery and trying to understand collision angles. How did each aircraft, what position they were in at the time of the collision? If the helicopter hit from about midpoint aft of the regional jet, there's no way that the pilots of the regional jet would have ever seen them. They would have never known anything was about to happen until it did. One of the questions, of course, is, well, there's traffic collision avoidance systems on aircraft. That is true for all commercial aircraft, jets, light jets, even general aviation airplanes to an extent. The military doesn't necessarily have that type of equipment on the aircraft because they have a different mission. So The question that I would ask as an investigator of the military is, what are your procedures, especially operating in an environment where we have high-density traffic flow? You're mixing commercial and civilian operations, civilian and military operations in this corridor. I grew up here in Maryland, so I'm very familiar with the area. I've lived there most of my life. I've seen these operations. I've flown down the Potomac River. It is busy, and you're constantly listening for other aircraft on frequency to see where they are and where they're going. Just because it's all about this term that we use in aviation called situational awareness. I want to know who's in my environment. The question is, was there that kind of communication, interaction between military and civilian? And then, of course, where were the controllers? Because the controllers do have a collision avoidance system. What's their responsibility for monitoring traffic in that vicinity, given the fact that we have a mix of military and civilian?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that earlier, Greg. Why would this military aircraft have been going through such a busy airspace? Obviously, we know that the Joint Base Anacostia Bowling is near the airport, but considering the traffic here, this seems like a recipe for disaster.
Well, when you look at the altitude, typically there are low-level altitude blocks for, in this case, helicopter operations, because you don't expect to have any kind of civilian aircraft, especially going into Reagan National, being, at 200 feet or 100 feet above the water like a helicopter can fly. And we know every day that the military, in some way, shape, or form, are running patrols up and down the river. Police helicopters fly low level, but the flight corridors, the approach paths for all of the runways there are typically higher, 400, 500, 600 feet. These guys were less than a mile. They're from at least the crude data that I've been able to pull down where these aircraft struck. It's about 4,500 feet horizontally from the end of runway 33, so less than a mile. So, of course, the regional jet's going to be low because they're approaching the runway, and it looks like the helicopter was level in its flight path as it collided. So all of these things, and we've operated like that for a very long time in that area. Yes, there have been some near midair reports and that kind of thing, but for the most part, it's a very structured airspace. The question is, was everybody doing the things they needed to do for operating in that airspace at the time?
Greg, you hear me? This is Topper, meteorologist Topper Shot. A question now, and this is something that I'm just throwing out to you. Is it possible that the helicopter was below the radar and that's why the avoidance system didn't work?
Well, Topper, the big thing here is, aircraft, civilian aircraft have a transponder. That transponder puts out a discrete code or a generic code. If you're general aviation, it all depends on the type of flight operation and your contact with air traffic controller. In this case, the CRJ would have been on a very discrete transponder code. That code is an electronic signal. The air traffic controller picks it up on radar, and that particular code has a data tag to it. So it identifies, in this case, it would identify the aircraft flight number by flight number. It would have a ground speed and an altitude tag to it. If it's TCAS, Traffic Collision Avoidance System, and I'm in my airplane reads that same data tag, and I can now see my position relative to that airplane. Military aircraft don't necessarily have the same equipment. They don't necessarily operate or use, or have to use in some cases, a transponder. So they should show up as what's called a primary target, where it's really a skin paint. The radar spins, it blasts out its signal. The return signal is, yes, there's something out there, but it is not specifically identified. That is going to be part of the investigation. Was the controller aware of the position? Were they watching that? Was it identified as just a primary? And was somebody watching the collision avoidance? Because, again, there is a collision avoidance aspect to this in the tower at Reagan, as well as in the cockpit of the regional jet.
And I guess, I think you mentioned this earlier, that, I mean, there was no way the jet could have taken any kind of maneuver to avoid I mean, he was on final approach, would you say 400 feet above the ground, that's it. I mean, he can do a touch and go, but he can't do a mid-air maneuver. The only possibility would have been the helicopter could have maybe avoided it, but I don't see how the jet could have, correct?
Well, it's too early to tell, because again, if the helicopter struck the back end of the aircraft, then the pilots in the regional jet would have had no possibility of knowing what was happening behind them. If the helicopter was passing in front of them or approaching from the left or from the right at an angle that would have put the aircraft in front of the pilots, then you would expect that they would just naturally try to take some sort of evasive action. They may have still collided. And we've had mid-air collisions like that where the aircraft had approached and actually struck the front end of each aircraft, and the pilots tried to take evasive action. But when you look at the video, it doesn't look like either the helicopter or the regional jet are moving off their flight path in a very dramatic way that we would characterize as evasive action.
I guess what I'm saying is, had he taken evasive action, I don't think he could have kept the plane in the air, is what I'm trying to say. When you're on that last part of your approach and you're that low, I mean, you could probably swerve, but I don't think you're going to be able to land the plane anywhere else, correct? He would have gone down.
No, again, evasive action is a very generic term. If I know that the aircraft is approaching and I know that it's going to be lower than me, then I'm going to power up and pull up. I may bail off and try and roll the airplane to the left or the right to avoid the collision. Same with the helicopter. If it caught their eye at the last minute, they may have tried to roll the aircraft to the left or to the right. Doesn't mean they're going to dive into the water immediately. The evasive action is left or right or up and down.
So, Greg, you have this huge passenger jet. If you're talking about this military helicopter just, going in front of the jet, I mean, how do you miss something like that, even though it's so dark out?
Well, again, that is going to be, I think, one of the first questions that really needs an answer is, what were the actual positions? They'll be able to look at the radar data, and hopefully the military aircraft is either squawking the transponder code with a tag, or even if it comes back as a primary target, they'll be able to see, just based on the flight path of both aircraft, how this accident at least started as far as the sequence of events. Because if it looks like the helicopter was trying, or at least positioned to pass behind the regional jet, then you have to look at, well, what were the military pilots looking at that they didn't see this aircraft that they were approaching? You can then say that the RJ pilots would have never known that the helicopter was trying to pass behind them, other than maybe an air traffic control communication that they either overheard if the military pilots were on the same frequency. So there are a lot of questions just with that one aspect that can shed some light and really give a path for the investigation. And that's why radio communication, radar data, and then the recovery of the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. Because, again, the cockpit voice recorder, you may have the pilots who, are flying, they're doing their, last-minute checklists, they're getting prepared to touch down, and then something catastrophic happens, and they don't know what's going on, other than the fact that they've lost control of the aircraft.
Greg Feith, you've been listening to Greg Feith, who is an aviation expert, who was a former NTSB senior air safety investigator, talking about the process of what will happen next as they go through this investigation and try to figure out how this actually happened. He talked about a couple of things here. To recap, a couple of things he talked about was the wreckage. This will help them to tell the story, along with radar data and the cockpit voice recorder. He said once they get a hold of that, they will be able to have a better understanding of how this actually happened. And he also raised some questions about what was going on, because Obviously, it's nighttime and there were lights on from the passenger plane. What actual positions were they in? Investigators will be looking into that to see how this happened. And also, one of the questions that he talked about was, what were the pilots in the military chopper looking at where they didn't see the lights on the commercial jet? So all of these are things that he, as an investigator, say he's talking about how the NTSB and all the other investigators that will be involved in this, how they will take a path forward to try to figure out what happened, what was the communication, and how did this actually lead to this horrible tragedy with these people who have been killed now?
Investigators just trying to piece together the final moments before this collision. I mean, this is happening in the most tightly controlled and monitored airspace. We can't even fly our own chopper, the traffic chopper, within a certain distance of DC. This is happening just 3 miles south of the White House and the Capitol. Again, just trying to piece together exactly those moments before this collision happened with air controllers and the loss of altitude by the jet and Black Hawk chopper.
Just the proximity of it all, bringing back very horrible memories of other plane crashes, and when you just did not know what was going on in that moment. We spoke about that 1982 crash into the Potomac on that icy day when it was weather related. It was ice on the runway, and we know what happened there. Certainly don't want to bring up any terrible moments in American history, but not knowing why we are seeing a collision in midair, and for the witnesses there, what must have been going through their minds as they were trying to figure out what was happening so close to, as you said, Annie, just these important national landmarks here, just trying to land before this Army Black Hawk helicopter, the collision between these 2 aircraft, both falling into the Potomac River below. We're told it's about 300 feet to those icy waters, those dark icy waters that were there below, making it really hard for any sort of rescue and search and recovery, though they are still carrying this out now, just still trying to piece together what has happened to these 64 people on board that flight, American Airlines flight 5342. We know it's 60 passengers for a crew. We're starting to get some of the details about who might have been on that plane, confirmations from the U.S. figure skating, and then also from the Russian Federation of Figure Skaters. We know that it's not just the athletes, but also the coaches and family members too on board, which was a smaller flight. Like, I think most of us are used to taking those big 747s and all of those flights. This was that American Eagle flight, smaller there, and you see that collision in midair, and it's also horrifying to see that moment of impact. I was speaking with our investigative reporter Eric Flack, who's in studio with us still after being here all evening, and talking about that moment of impact that we clearly see there, and just wondering if anything could have been done to see any life out of this. We're still in a search and rescue, but to see that impact is very, very devastating.
Let me add this real quick before we move on. There's a lot of questions about, well, why didn't the alarms go off in the plane, the avoidance systems go off? And Greg spoke to this as well. In the commercial flights, he said that there are these systems in place. He called them collision avoidance systems that were in place. However, he said the military, the helicopter, does not have that because their mission is completely different than a commercial airline, what the commercial airline would be doing. So he said they would not have had one. The commercial airline did have one. And that is one of the questions that needs to be answered is, how did these two planes, how did the commercial airline plane and how did the military helicopter get so close together? And why did the military chopper not see the airplane with the lights? He talked about that as well with those lights, because this is a structured, he called it a structured airspace. And that these
it's very tightly regulated.
Restricted
airspace.
airspace.
It's been that way since
September 11th. And flights come in and out of that area all the time. So that's one of the big things that they'll be looking at as well. How did this happen? And he spoke about the communication. And once they get the wreckage and see, where these two collided, this is very important to figure out what went wrong here.
Obviously, so many questions, a long road ahead. I just want to share some sentiments from our local leaders. We've had multiple press conferences overnight. The D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, of course, responding to the somber news. She says we are going to recover our fellow citizens. And also, we had two senators from Kansas at the press conference. Of course, Kansas Senators Jerry Moran, Roger Marshall. Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas saying, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. So while we don't have an exact official count at this point, we know that there have been multiple fatalities. The precise number of victims, again, unclear at this hour.
Well, I was trying to search for a comment out of the U.S. Army. We know that this was a helicopter on a training mission out of Fort Belvoir. We're all just very familiar with Fort Belvoir, and they did issue a statement, very sort of guarded in what they're saying right now, clearly, understandably, but that they are aware of everything that's going on. And I'm sure we'll hear much more from them, but really have to make sure that it's very carefully looked at before that information gets out. And we do also remember the three crew, the soldiers on board that Black Hawk, two involved in this collision.
I think we want to go to the press conference right now that you just mentioned with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser and the other leaders and the senators from Kansas as well. Let's listen into their press conference from earlier.
I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. We are here to brief you on the very tragic events of this evening, where we know a passenger plane coming to the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well, and officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us. Should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight, their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here too, extending our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching and attempting to rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter. We are going to provide all the support that's necessary. Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, I want to ask Chief John Donnelly from DC Fire and EMS to provide an update.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This response includes first the Metropolitan Washington Airport's Authorities Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police and fire boats. We have a mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. In Chief Bonnet from MWA.
I'm Rick Bonnet, Fire Chief of MWA Fire and Rescue. Our units, as Chief Donnelly already alluded to, at 2048, we received an alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities, and we appreciate all DC's support to our agency and our federal partners.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators who are from Kansas who wanted to say a few words. First, Senator Moran, and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you, and to our first responders, thank you very much for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas, and I chair the subcommittee in Commerce Committee on Aviation. So we have really a serious and sad circumstance that we want to be here to be helpful, and we're praying that
between 2 aircraft approaching the airport here as we were taxiing out. At this time, the airport has been shut down indefinitely to allow for the crash fire rescue folks to do their job.
It looks like a flash of fire, and we didn't understand what was happening. It could have been me.
We just saw lights everywhere, and we didn't know what happened, and then all of a sudden people started picking it up on the internet, and friends were calling to see if they were okay.
It was pretty scary because we missed it by maybe 45 minutes. We were safe, so just terrible.
Right now on Get Up DC, we are following major breaking news near Reagan National Airport. As we take a live look here, hundreds of first responders have been assisting overnight in rescue efforts after a passenger jet crashed into the Potomac River late last night. It was a mid-air collision with a Black Hawk. As we continue to take a look here at the massive response.
In fact, that plane it went down after colliding mid-air again with an Army Black Hawk helicopter out of Fort Belvoir on a training mission. Take a look at the video from EarthCam there. That is the moment that the 2 aircraft make contact. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Allison Seymour.
I'm Annie Yu.
And I'm Wisdom Martin. Here's what we know so far. The plane was coming from Wichita, Kansas, and operated by American Airlines. The collision happened as the plane was trying to land at the airport. According to AP News, the helicopter was conducting a training flight. We're told 60 passengers and 4 crew were on board when the plane went down.
Now, within the last hour, we learned that several members from the U.S. figure skating team had been on that plane. The organization says athletes, coaches, and also family members were all returning home from a figure skating championship that was held in Wichita. Also, CBS News reporting that at least 18 bodies have been pulled from the water. Let's give you another look at some of the images here that we have been sharing since this happened. Of course, our crews, we've got full team coverage for you starting as late as last night. Here we are at 4:27, but this unfolded at 8:47 last night when the collision happened, and we will have team coverage coming up all morning long.
We're also hearing that there were members of the Russian gymnastics team on board as well. So still waiting to figure out everyone who was on that flight, that American Eagle flight, that regional plane, right? Basically not as big as some of the ones that we are familiar with.
So the CEO said it was flight number 5342, who said it was an American Eagle subsidiary.
Right.
Yeah, that was flying.
Well, we have team coverage for you, of course, all morning long on this huge breaking story. These details are still coming in this morning, and we're waiting for another press conference. We heard from Mayor Bowser, who spoke a few hours ago with the first responders. We're waiting until 7:30. That's when we'll get another update.
Our Jacqueline Quinn, she is live near where the rescue crews are situated, working to recover and search for victims. Jackie, what's the latest at this hour?
You know what? I can still see patrol units coming into this area, or law enforcement cars, really. But yeah, we're about 3 miles away from where this crash happened near Reagan Airport, and it's a massive response. I'll point out some of the areas that we can see here, right? To the right here of me is where the boats have been coming in, and we counted maybe about 5 boats coming in and out of this area. That was essentially to look for some of the victims. Now, as we move and further pan to this direction, you can see a lot of the lights here. We know there's a mass casualty, a bus here potentially to take a lot of people to the hospital, I think, or it can also be used to help some of the first responders here in this case. And then all the way, if you pan over here to the tents, that's the decontamination tent. You got to think about all the divers going into the water right now. A lot of debris along with the jet fuel. And if you heard from the conference earlier, Chief John Donnelly with DC Fire says this happened at 8:48. That was hours ago. And think about the conditions of the water. We know that it's very cold this time of the year. It's been icy.